Chapter 1 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elena. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 1. The Tenant of the Silent House. Lucien Denzil was a briefless barrister, who so far departed from the traditions of his brethren of the long robe as not to dwell within the purlieus of the temple. For certain private reasons, not unconnected with economy, he occupied rooms in Geneva Square, Pimlico, and, for the purposes of his profession, repaired daily from 10 to 4 to Sergeant's Inn, where he shared an office with a friend equally briefless and poor. This state of things sounds hardly enviable, but Lucien, being young and independent to the extent of £300 a year, was not dissatisfied with his position. As his age was only 25, there was ample time, he thought, to succeed in his profession, and, pending that desirable consummation, he cultivated the muses on a little oatmeal, after the fashion of his kind. There have been lives less happily circumstanced. Geneva Square was a kind of backwater of the great river of town life which swept past its entrance with speed and clamour without disturbing the peace within. One long, narrow street led from a roaring thoroughfare into a silent quadrangle of tall grey houses, occupied by lodging-house keepers, city clerks, and 2 or 3 artists, who represented the bohemian element of the place. In the centre there was an oasis of green lawn, surrounded by rusty iron railings the height of a man, dotted with elms of considerable age, and streaked with narrow paths of yellow gravel. The surrounding houses represented an eminently respectable appearance, with their immaculately clean steps, white-curtained windows, and neat boxes of flowers. The windows glittered like diamonds, the doorknobs and plates shone with a yellow lustre, and there were no sticks, or straws, or waste paper lying about to mar the tidy look of the square. With one exception, Geneva Square was a pattern of all that was desirable in the way of cleanliness and order. One might hope to find such a haven in some somnolent cathedral town, but scarcely in the grimy, smoky, restless metropolis of London. The exception to the notable spotlessness of the neighbourhood was number 13, a house in the centre of the side opposite to the entrance. Its windows were dusty, and without blinds or curtains. There were no flower boxes on the ledges, the steps lacked whitewash, and the iron railings looked rusty for want of paint. Stray straws and scraps of paper found their way down the area, where the cracked pavement was damp with green slime. Such beggars as occasionally wandered into the square, to the scandal of its inhabitants, camped on the doorstep, and the very door itself presented a battered, dissolute appearance. Yet, for all its ill looks and disreputable suggestions, those who dwelt in Geneva Square would not have seen it furbished up and occupied for any money. They spoke about it in whispers, with ostentatious tremblings and daunted looks, for number 13 was supposed to be haunted, and had been empty for over 20 years. By reason of its legend, its loneliness and grim appearance, it was known as the Silent House, and formed quite a feature of the place. Murder had been done long ago in one of its empty, dusty rooms, and it was since that the victim walked. Lights, said the ghost-seers, had been seen flitting from window to window, groans were sometimes heard, and the apparition of a little old woman in brocaded silk and high-heeled shoes appeared on occasions. Hence the Silent House bore an uncanny reputation. How much truth there was in these stories it is impossible to say, but sure enough, in spite of a low rental, no tenant would take number 13 and face its ghostly terrors. House and apparition and legend had become quite a tradition, when the whole fantasy was ended in the summer of '95 by the unexpected occupation of the mansion. Mr. Mark Berwin, a gentleman of mature age, who came from nobody knew where, rented number 13, and established himself therein to lead a strange and lonely life. At first, the gossips, strong in ghostly tradition, declared that the new tenant would not remain a week in the house, but as the week extended into 6 months, and Mr. Berwin showed no signs of leaving, they left off speaking of the ghost, and took to discussing the man himself. In a short space of time quite a collection of stories were told about the newcomer and his strange ways. Lucien heard many of these tales from his landlady: how Mr. Berwin lived all alone in the Silent House without servant or companion, how he spoke to none, and admitted no one into the mansion, how he appeared to have plenty of money, and was frequently seen coming home more or less intoxicated, and how Mrs. Kebby, the deaf charwoman who cleaned out Mr. Berwin's rooms, declined to sleep in the house because she considered that there was something wrong about her employer. To such gossip Denzil paid little attention, until his skein of life became unexpectedly entangled with that of the strange gentleman. The manner of their meeting was unforeseen and peculiar. One foggy November night, Lucian, returning from the theatre shortly after 11 o'clock, dismissed his hansom at the entrance to the square, and walked thereinto through the thick mist, trusting to find his way home by reason of 2 years' familiarity with the precincts. As it was impossible to see even the glare of the near gas lamp in the murky air, Lucian felt his way cautiously along the railings. The square was filled with fog, dense to the eye and cold to the feel, so that Lucian shivered with a chill, in spite of the fur coat over his evening clothes. As he edged gingerly along, and thought longingly of the fire and supper awaiting him in his comfortable rooms, he was startled by hearing a deep, rich voice boom out almost at his feet. To make the phenomenon still more remarkable, the voice shaped itself into certain well-known words of Shakespeare. "Oh," boomed this vox et praeterea nihil in rather husky tones. "Oh, that a man should put an enemy in his mouth to steal away his brains!" And then through the mist and darkness came the unmistakable sound of sobs. "God bless me!" cried Lucian, leaping back with shaken nerves. "Who is this? Who are you?" "A lost soul," wailed the deep voice, "which God will not bless." And then came the sobbing again. It made Denzil's blood run cold to hear this unseen creature weeping in the gloom. Moving cautiously in the direction of the sound, he stumbled against a man with his folded arms resting on the railings, and his face bent down on his arms. He made no attempt to turn when Lucian touched him, but with downcast head continued to weep and moan in a very frenzy of self-pity. "Here," said the young barrister, shaking the stranger by the shoulder, "what is the matter with you?" "Drink," stuttered the man, suddenly turning with a dramatic gesture. "I am an object lesson to teetotalers, a warning to topers, a modern helot made shameful to disgust youth with vice." "You had better go home, sir," said Lucian sharply. "I can't find home. It is somewhere hereabout, but where, I don't know." "You are in Geneva Square," said Denzil, trying to sharpen the dulled wits of the man. "I wish I was in number 13 of it," sighed the stranger. "Where the deuce is number 13? Not in this cloud-cuckoo land, anyhow." "Oh!" cried Lucian, taking the man's arm. "Come with me. I'll lead you home, Mr. Berwin." Scarcely had the name passed his lips than the stranger drew back suddenly, with a hasty exclamation. Some suspicion seemed to engender a mixture of terror and defiance, which placed him on his guard against undue intimacy, even when some undefined fear was knocking at his heart. "Who are you?" he demanded in a steadier tone. "How do you know my name?" "My name is Denzil, Mr. Berwin, and I live in one of the houses of this square. As you mentioned number 13, I know you can be none other than Mr. Mark Berwin, the tenant of the Silent House." "The dweller in the haunted house," sneered Berwin, evidently relieved, "who stays there with ghosts, and worse than ghosts." "Worse than ghosts?" "The phantoms of your own sins, young man. I have sowed folly, and now I am reaping the crop. I am—" Here his further speech was interrupted by a fit of coughing, which shook his lean figure severely. At its conclusion he was so exhausted that he was forced to support himself against the railings. "A portion of the crop," he murmured. Lucian was sorry for the man, who seemed scarcely capable of looking after himself, and he thought it unwise to leave him in such a plight. At the same time he was impatient of lingering in the heart of the clammy fog at such a late hour, so, as his companion seemed indisposed to move, he caught him again by the arm without ceremony. The abrupt action seemed to waken again the fears of Berwin. "Where would you take me?" he asked, resisting the gentle force by Lucian. "To your own house. You will be ill if you stay here." "You are not one of them?" asked the man suddenly. "One of whom?" "One of those who wish to harm me?" Denzil began to think he had to do with a madman, and to gain his ends he spoke to him in a soothing manner, as he would to a child. "I wish to do you good, Mr. Berwin," he said gently. "Come to your home." "Home, home! Ah, God, I have no home!" Nevertheless, He gathered himself together, and with his arm and that of his guide, stumbled along in the thick, chill mist. Lucian knew the position of number 13 well, as it almost faced the lodgings occupied by himself, and by skirting the railings with due caution he managed to half lead, half drag his companion to the house. When they stood before the door, and Berwin had assured himself that he was actually home by the use of his latch-key, Denzil wished him a curt good night. "And I should advise you to go to bed at once," he concluded, turning to descend the steps. "Don't go, don't go!" cried Berwin, seizing the young man by the arm. "I'm afraid to go in by myself. All is so dark and cold. Wait until I get a light." As the creature's nerves seemed to be unhinged by overindulgence in alcohol, and he stood gasping and shivering on the threshold like some beaten animal, Lucian took compassion on him. "I'll see you indoors," said he, and striking a match, stepped into the darkness after the man. The hall of number 13 seemed to be almost as cold as the world without, and the trifling glimmer of the lucifer served rather to reveal than dispel the surrounding darkness. The light, as it were, hollowed a gulf out of the tremendous gloom, and made the house tenfold more ghostly than before. The footsteps of Denzil and Berwin sounding on the bare boards, for the hall was uncarpeted, waked hollow echoes, and when they paused, the silence which ensued seemed almost menacing. The grim reputation of the mansion, its gloom and silence, appealed powerfully to the latent superstition of Lucian. How much more nearly, then, would it touch the shaken and excited nerves of the tragic drunkard who dwelt continually amid its terrors? Berwin opened a door on the right-hand side of the hall, and turned up the light of a handsome oil lamp which had been screwed down pending his arrival. This lamp was placed on a small square table covered with a white cloth and a dainty cold supper. The young barrister noted that the napery, cutlery, and crystal were all of the finest, that the viands were choice, that champagne and claret were the beverages. Evidently Berwin was a luxurious gentleman, and indulgent to his appetites. Lucian tried to gain a long look at him in the mellow light, but Berwin kept his face turned away, and seemed as anxious now for his visitor to go as he had for him to enter. Denzil, quick in comprehension, took the hint at once. "I'll go now, as you have the light burning," said he. "Good night." "Good night," replied Berwin shortly, and added to his discourtesy by letting Lucian find his way out alone. And so ended the barrister's first meeting with the strange tenant of the silent house. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Elena, Cocoa, Florida.
Chapter 2 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Canupi. The Silent House, Chapter 2. Shadows on the Blind. The landlady of Denzil was rather uncommon species of the class. She inclined to plumpness, was lively in the extreme, wore very fashionable garments of the brightest colors, and, although somewhat elderly, still cherished a hope that some young men would elevate her to the rank of a matron. At present, Miss Julia Grebe was an unwedded damsel of 40 summers, who, with the aid of art, was making desperate but ineffectual efforts to detain the youth which was slipping from her. She pinched her waist, dyed her hair, powdered her face, and affected juvenile dress of the white frock and blue sash kind. In the distance she looked a girlish 20. Close at hand, various artifices aided her to pass for 30, and it was only in the solitude of her own room that her real age was apparent. Never did woman wage a more resolute fight with time than did Miss Grebe. But this was the worst and most frivolous side of her character, for she was really a good-hearted, cheery little woman, with a brisk manner and a flow of talk unequalled in Geneva Square. She had been born in the house she occupied, after the death of her father, and had grown up to assist her mother in ministering to the exactions of a continuous procession of lodgers. These came and went, married and died, but not one of the desirable young men had borne Miss Grebe to the altar, so that when her mother died the fair Julia almost despaired of attaining to the dignity of wifehood. Nevertheless, she continued to keep boarders and to make attempts to captivate the hearts of such bachelors as she judged weak in character. Hitherto all of her efforts had been more or less of a mercantile character, with an eye to money, but when Lucien Denzil appeared on the scene, the poor little woman really fell in love with his handsome face. But, in strange contrast to her other efforts, Miss Greeb never for a moment deemed that Lucien would marry her. He was her god, her ideal of manhood, and to him she offered worship, and burnt incense after the manner of her kind. Denzil occupied a bedroom and a sitting-room, both pleasant, airy apartments, looking out onto the square. Miss Greeb attended to his needs herself, and brought up his breakfast with her own fair hands, happy for the day if her admired lodger conversed with her for a few moments before reading the morning paper. Then Miss Greeb would retire to her own sitting-room, and indulge in daydreams which she well knew would never be realized. The romances she wove were of even more marvellous than those she read in her favourite penny novelettes. But unlike the printed tales, her romance never culminated in marriage. Poor, brainless, silly, pitiful Miss Greeb! She would have made a good wife and a fond mother. But by some irony of fate she was destined to be neither, and the comedy of her husband-hunting youth was now changing into the lonely tragedy of disappointed spinsterhood. She was one of the world's unknown martyrs, and her fate merits tears rather than laughter. On the morning after his meeting with Berwin, the young barrister sat at breakfast, with Miss Greeb in anxious attendance. Having poured out his tea and handed him his paper, and ascertained that his breakfast was to his liking, Miss Greeb lingered about the room, putting this straight and that crooked, in the hopes that Lucien would converse with her. In this she was gratified, as Denzil wished to learn details about the strange man he had assisted on the previous night, and he knew that no one could afford him more precise information than his brisk landlady, to whom was known all the gossip of the neighbourhood. His first word made Miss Greeb flutter back to the table like a dove to its nest. "Do you know anything about number 13? Asked Lucien, stirring his tea. "Do I know anything about number 13? Repeated Miss Greeb in a shrill amazement. "Of course I do, Mr. Denzil. There ain't a thing I don't know about that house. Ghosts and vampires and crawling spectres live in it. That they do." "Do you call Mr. Berwin a ghost?" "No, nor nothing half so respectable. He is a mystery, sir. That's what Mr. Berwin is, and I don't care if he hears me commit myself so far." "In what way is he a mystery?" demanded Denzil, approaching the matter with more particularity. "Why," said Miss Greeb, evidently puzzled how to answer this leading question, "no one can find out anything about him. He's full of secrets and underhand goings-on. It ain't respectable not to be fair and above board, that it ain't." "I see no reason why a quiet living old gentleman should tell his private affairs to the whole square," remarked Lucien dryly. "Those who have nothing bad to conceal needn't be afraid of speaking out," retorted Miss Greeb tartly. "And the way in which Mr. Berwin lives is enough to make one think him a coiner, or a thief, or even a murderer. That it is." "But what grounds have you to believe him any one of the three?" This question also puzzled the landlady, as she had no reasonable grounds for her wild statements. Nevertheless, she made a determined attempt to substantiate them by hearsay evidence. "Mr. Berwin," said she in significant tones, "lives all alone in that haunted house." "Why not? Every man has the right to be a misanthrope if he chooses." "He has no right to behave so in a respectable square," replied Miss Greeb, shaking her head. "There's only 2 rooms of that large house furnished, and all the rest is given up to dusts and ghosts. Mr. Berwin won't have a servant to live under his roof, and Miss Kebby, who does his charing, says he drinks awful. And then he has his meals sent in from the Nelson Hotel, round the corner, and he eats them all alone. He don't receive no letters, and he don't read no newspapers, and he stays in all day, only coming out at night like an owl. If he ain't a criminal, Mr. Denzil, why does he carry on so?" "He may dislike his fellow men, and desire to live a secluded life." Miss Greeb still shook her head. "He may dislike his fellow men," she said with emphasis, "but that don't keep him from seeing them." "Ah, that it don't." "Is there anything wrong in that?" said Lucian, contemptuous of these cobweb objections. "Perhaps not, Mr. Denzil. But where do those he sees come from?" "How do you mean, Miss Grabbs?" "They don't go in by the front door, that's certain," continued the little woman darkly. "There's only one entrance to the square, sir, and Blinders, the policeman, is frequently on duty there. 2 or 3 nights he's met with Mr. Berwin coming in after dark and exchanged friendly greetings with him, and each time Mr. Berwin has been alone." Well, what of that?" said Denzil impatiently. "This much, Mr. Denzil, that Blinders has gone around the square after seeing Mr. Berwin and has seen shadows, 2 or 3 of them on the sitting-room blind." "Now, sir," cried Miss Greeb, clinching her argument, "if Mr. Berwin came into the square alone, how did his visitors get in?" "Perhaps by the back," conjectured Lucian. Again Miss Greeb shook her head. "I know the back of number 13 as well as I know my own face," she declared. "There's a yard and a fence, but no entrance. To get in there you have to go in by the front door or down the airy steps, and you can't do neither without coming past Blinders at the square entrance. And that," finished Miss Greaves triumphantly, "these visitors don't do." "They may have come into the square during the day when Blinders was not on duty." "No, sir," said Mrs. Greeb, ready for this objection. "I've thought of that myself, and as my duty to the square I have inquired, that I have. On 2 occasions I've asked the day policeman, and he says no one passed." "Then," said Lucian, rather puzzled, "Mr. Berwin cannot live alone in the house." "Begging your pardon, I'm sure," cried the pertinacious woman, "but he does. Miss Kebby has been all over the house, and there isn't another soul in it. No, Mr. Denzil, take it what way you will, there's something that ain't right about Mr. Berwin, and if that's his real name, which I don't believe it is." "Why, Miss Greaves?" "Just because I don't," replied the landlady, with feminine logic. "And if you think of having anything to do with this mystery, Mr. Denzil, I beg of you not to, else you may come to something as is too terrible to consider. That you may." "Such as?" "Oh, I don't know," cried Mrs. Greeb, tossing her head and gliding toward the door. "It ain't for me to say what I think. I'm the last person in the world to meddle with what don't concern me, that I am." And thus, ending the conversation, Miss Greeb vanished, with significant look and pursed-up lips. The reason of this last speech and rapid retreat lay in the fact that Miss Greeb could bring no tangible charge against her opposite neighbour, and therefore hinted at his complicity in all kinds of horrors, which she was quite unable to define save in terms more or less vague. Lucian dismissed such hints of criminality from his mind as the outcome of Miss Greeb's very lively imagination. Yet, even though he reduced her communications to bare facts, he could not but acknowledge that there was something queer about Mr. Berwin and his mode of life. The man's self-pity and self-condemnation, his hint that certain people wished to do him harm, the curious episode of the shadows on the blinds, these things engaged the curiosity of Denzil in no ordinary degree, and he could not but admit to himself that it would greatly ease his mind to arrive at some reasonable explanation of Berwin's eccentricities. Nevertheless, he held that he had no right to pry into the secrets of the stranger, and honourably strove to dismiss the tenant of number 13 and his tantalizing environments from his mind. But such dismissal of unworthy curiosity was more difficult to effect than he expected. For the next week Lucian resolutely banished the subject from his thoughts, and declined to discuss the matter further with Miss Greeb. That little woman, all on fire with curiosity, made various inquiries of her gossips regarding the doings of Mr. Berwin, and in default of reporting the same to her lodger, occupied herself in discussing them with her neighbours. The consequence of this incessant gossip was that the eyes of the whole square fixed themselves on number 13 in expectation of some catastrophe, although no one knew exactly what was going to happen. This undefinable feeling of impending disaster communicating itself to Lucian stimulated his curiosities to such a pitch that, with some feeling of shame for his weakness, he walked around the square on 2 several evenings in the hope of meeting Berwin. but on both occasions he was unsuccessful. On the third evening he was more fortunate, for having worked at his law books until late at night, he went out for a brisk walk before retiring to rest. The night was cold, and there had been a slight fall of snow, so Lucian wrapped himself up well, lighted his pipe, and proceeded to take air by tramping twice or thrice around the square. Overhead the sky was clear and frosty, with chill glittering stars and a wintry moon. A thin covering of snow lay on the pavement, and there was a white rime to the bare branches of the central trees. On coming to the house of Berwin, the barrister saw that the sitting-room was lighted up and the curtains undrawn, so that the window presented a square of illuminated blind. Even as he looked, two shadows darkened the white surface, the shadows of a man and a woman. Evidently they had come between the lamp and the window, and so, quite unknowingly, revealed their actions to the watcher. Curious to see the end of this shadow pantomime, Lucian stood still and looked intently at the window. The two figures seemed to be arguing, for their heads nodded violently and their arms waved constantly. They retreated out of the sphere of light and again came into it, still continuing their furious gestures. Unexpectedly, the male shadow seized the female by the throat and swung her like a feather to and fro. The struggling figures reeled out of the radiance, and Lucian heard a faint cry. Thinking that something was wrong, he rushed up the steps and rang the bell violently. Almost before the sound died away, the light in the room was extinguished, and he could see nothing more. Again and again he rang, but without attracting attention. So Lucian finally left the house and went in search of Blinders, the policeman, to narrate his experience. At the entrance of Geneva Square he ran against a man whom he recognized in the clear moonlight. To his surprise, he beheld Mark Berwin. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Monica Canupi.
Chapter 3 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 3. An Unsatisfactory Explanation. "Mr. Berwin!" cried Lucian, recognizing the man. "Is it you?"
Who else should it be?"
replied Berwin, bending forward to see who had jostled him.
"Who else should it be, Mr. Denzil?"
"But I thought," said the barrister, unable to conceal his surprise. "That is, I fancied you were indoors."
Your fancy was wrong, you see. I am not indoors."
"Then who is in your house?" Berwin shrugged his shoulders.
"No one, so far as I know."
"You are mistaken, sir. There was a light in your room, and I saw the shadows of a man and a woman struggling together, thrown on the blind."
"People in my house!"
said Berwin, laying a shaking hand on the arm of Lucian.
"Impossible!"
"I tell you it is so."
"Well, come then, and we will look for them,"
said Berwin in a tremulous voice. "But they have gone by this time."
"Gone?"
"Yes," said Denzil rapidly. "I rang the bell, as I fancied there was some fatal quarrel going on within. At once the light was put out, and as I could attract no one to the door, I suppose the man and woman must have fled." For a moment or so Berwin said nothing, but his grip on Lucian's arm relaxed, and he moved forward a few steps.
"You must be mistaken, Mr. Denzil,"
said he, in altered tones.
"There can be no person in my house. I locked the door before I went out, and I have been absent at least 2 hours."
"Then I must be mad or dreaming," retorted Lucian, with heat.
"We can prove if you are either of the two, sir. Come with me and examine the house for yourself."
"Pardon me," said Denzil, drawing back. "It is none of my business. But I warn you, Mr. Berwin, that others are more curious than I am. Several times people have been known to be in your house while you were absent, and your mode of life, secretive and strange, does not commend itself to the householders in this neighbourhood. If you persist in giving rise to gossip and scandal, some busybody may bring the police on the scene."
"The police?"
echoed the old man, now greatly alarmed, as would appear from his shaking voice. No, that will never do. My house is my castle. The police dare not break into it. I am a peaceful and very unfortunate gentleman who wishes to live quietly. All this talk of people being in my house is nonsense." "Yet you seemed afraid when I told you of the shadows," said Lucian pointedly. "Afraid? I am afraid of nothing." "Not even of those who are after you?" hinted Denzil, recalling the conversation of the previous occasion. Berwin gave a kind of eldritch shriek and stepped back a pace, as though to place himself on his guard. What do you know about such things?" he panted. "Only as much as you hinted at when I last saw you." Yes, I was not myself on that night. The wine was in and the wit was out." "The truth also, it would seem," said Lucian dryly, "judging by your agitation then and now." "I am an unfortunate gentleman," whimpered Berwin tremulously.
"If you will excuse me, sir, I shall leave you," said Lucian ceremoniously. "It seems to be my fate to hold midnight conversations with you in the cold, but I think this one had better be cut short."
"One moment," Mr. Berwin exclaimed. "You have been good enough to place me on my guard as to the talk my quiet course of life is causing. Pray add to your kindness by coming with me to my house and exploring it from attic to basement. You will then see that there are no grounds for scandal, and that the shadows you fancy you saw on the blind are not those of real people."
"They can't be those of ghosts, at all events," replied Lucian, "as I never heard to my knowledge that spirits could cast shadows."
"Well, come and see for yourself that the house is empty."
Warmly as this invitation was given, Lucian had some scruples about accepting it. To explore an almost unfurnished mansion with a complete stranger, and one with an ill reputation, at the midnight hour, is not an enterprise to be coveted by any man, however bold he may be. Still, Lucian had ample courage and more curiosity for the adventure, as the chance of it stirred up that desire for romance which belongs peculiarly to youth. Also, he was anxious to satisfy himself concerning the blind shadows, and curious to learn why Berwin inhabited so dismal and mysterious a mansion. Add to these reasons a keen pleasure in profiting by the occurrence of the unexpected, and you will guess that Denzil ended by accepting the strange invitation of Berwin. Being now fully committed to the adventure, he went forward with cool courage and an observant eye, to spy out, if possible, the secret upon which hinged these mysteries. As on the former occasion, Berwin inducted his guest into the sitting room, and here, as previously, a dainty supper was spread. Berwin turned up the lamplight and waved his hand round the luxuriously furnished room, pointing particularly to the space between table and window.
"The figures whose shadows you saw," said he, "must have struggled together in this space, so as to be between the lamp and the blind for the performance of their pantomime. But I would have you observe, Mr. Denzil, that there is no disturbance of the furniture to show that such a struggle as you describe took place. Also that the curtains are drawn across the window, and no light could have been thrown on the blind."
"The curtains were no doubt drawn after I rang the bell," said Lucian, glancing towards the heavy folds of crimson velvet which veiled the window.
"The curtains," retorted Berwin, stripping off his coat, "were drawn by me before I went out."
Lucian said nothing, but shook his head doubtfully. Evidently Berwin was trying, for his own ends, to talk him into a belief that his eyes had deceived him, but Denzil was too clear-headed a young man to be so gulled. Berwin's explanations and excuses only confirmed the idea that there was something in the man's life which cut him off from humanity, and which would not bear the light of day. Hitherto Lucian had heard rather than seen Berwin, but now, in the clear light of the lamp, he had an excellent opportunity of observing both the man and his quarters. Berwin was of medium height and lean, with a clean-shaven face, hollow cheeks, and black sunken eyes. His hair was grey and thin, his looks wild and wandering, and the hectic colouring of his face and narrow chest showed that he was far gone in consumption. Even as Lucian looked at him, he was shaken by a hollow cough, and when he withdrew his handkerchief from his lips, the white linen was spotted with blood. He was in evening dress, and looked eminently refined, although worn and haggard in appearance.
Denzil noted two peculiar marks about him. The first, a serpentine cicatrix extending on the right cheek from lip almost to ear; the second, the loss of the little finger of the left hand, which was cut off at the first joint. As he examined the man, a second and more violent fit of coughing shook him. "You seem to be very ill," said Lucian, pitying the feebleness of the poor creature. Dying of consumption. One lung gone," gasped Berwin. "It will soon be over. The sooner the better." "With your health, Mr. Berwin, it is sheer madness to dwell in this rigorous English climate." "No doubt," replied the man, pouring himself out a tumbler of claret. "But I can't leave England. I can't leave this house even. But on the whole," he added, with a satisfied glance around, "I am not badly lodged." Lucian agreed with this speech. The room was furnished in the most luxurious manner. The prevailing hue was a deep, warm red. Carpet, walls, hangings, and furniture were all of this cheerful tint. The chairs were deep and softly cushioned. On the walls were several oil paintings by celebrated modern artists. There were dwarf bookcases filled with well-chosen books, and on a small bamboo table near the fire lay magazines and papers. The mantelpiece, reaching nearly to the ceiling, was of oak, framing mirrors of beveled glass, and on the numerous shelves, cups, saucers, and vases of old and valuable china were placed. There was also a gilt clock, a handsome sideboard, and a neat smoking table, on which stood a cut-glass spirit stand and a box of cigars. The whole apartment was furnished with taste and refinement, and Lucian saw that the man who owned such luxurious quarters must be possessed of money, as well as the capability of using it in the most civilized way. "You have certainly all that the heart of man can desire in the way of material comforts," said he, looking at the supper table, which, with its silver and crystal and spotless covering, glittered like a jewel under the brilliant lamplight. "My only wonder is that you should furnish one room so finely and leave the others bare." "My bedroom and bathroom are yonder," replied Berwin, pointing towards large folding doors draped with velvet curtains and placed opposite to the window. "They are as well furnished as this. But how do you know the rest of the house is bare?" "I can hardly help knowing it, Mr. Berwin. Your contrast of poverty and riches is an open secret in this neighbourhood." "No one has been in this house save yourself, Mr. Denzil." "Oh, I have said nothing. You turned me out so quickly the other night that I had no time for observation. Besides, I am not in the habit of remarking on matters which do not concern me." "I beg your pardon," said Berwin weakly. "I had no intention of offending you. I suppose Mrs. Kebby has been talking." "I should think it probable." "The skirling Jezebel!" cried Berwin. "I'll pack her off right away." "Are you a Scotchman?" asked Denzil suddenly. "Why do you ask?" demanded Berwin, without replying. "Oh, you used an essentially Scotch word, skirling." "And I used an essentially American phrase, right away," retorted the man. "I may be a Scot, I may be a Yankee, but I would remind you that my nationality is my own secret." "I have no wish to pry into your secrets," said Denzil, rising from the chair in which he had seated himself. "And in my turn I would remind you that I am here at your invitation." "Oh, don't take offence at a hasty word," said Berwin nervously. "I am glad of your company, although I seem rather brusque. You must go over the house with me." "I see no necessity to do so." "It will set your mind at rest regarding the shadows on the blind." "I can trust my eyes," said Lucian dryly, "and I am certain that before I met you a man and a woman were in this room." "Well," said Berwin, lighting a small lamp, "come with me, and I'll prove that you are mistaken." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elena. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 4. Mrs. Kebby's Discovery. The pertinacity which Berwin displayed in insisting that Lucian should explore the Silent House was truly remarkable. He appeared to be bent upon banishing the idea which Denzil entertained that strangers were hiding in the mansion. From attic to basement, from front to back premises, he led the way, and made Lucian examine every corner of the empty rooms. He showed him even the unused kitchen, and bade him remark that the door leading into the yard was locked and bolted, and, from the rusty condition of the ironwork, could not have been opened for years. Also, he made him look out of the window into the yard itself, with its tall black fence dividing it from the other properties. This exploration finished, and Lucian being convinced that himself and his host were the only two living beings in the house, Berwin conducted his half-frozen guest back to the warm sitting-room, and poured out a glass of wine. "Here, Mr. Denzil," said he in good-natured tones, "drink this, and draw near the fire. You must be chilled to the bone after our Arctic expedition." Lucian willingly accepted both these attentions, and sipped his wine. It was particularly fine claret, before the fire, while Berwin coughed and shivered, and muttered to himself about the cold of the season. When Lucian stood up to take his departure, he addressed him directly. "Well, sir," said he, with a sardonic smile, "are you convinced that the struggling shadows on yonder blind were children of your heated fancy?" "No," said Denzil stoutly, "I am not." "Yet you have seen that there is no one in the house." "Mr. Berwin," said Lucian, after a moment's thought, "you propose a riddle which I cannot answer, and which I do not wish to answer. I cannot explain what I saw tonight, but as surely as you were out of this house, some people were in it. How this affects you, or what reason you have for denying it, I do not ask. Keep your own secrets, and go your own way. I wish you good night, sir." And Lucian moved towards the door. Berwin, who was holding a full tumbler of rich, strong port, drank the whole of it in one gulp. The strong liquor reddened his pallid face and brightened his sunken eyes. It even strengthened his already sonorous voice. "At least you can inform my good neighbours that I am a peaceful man, desirous of being left to lead my own life," he said urgently. "No, sir. I will have nothing to do with your business. You are a stranger to me, and our acquaintance is too slight to warrant my discussing your affairs. Besides," added Lucian with a shrug, "they do not interest me." "Yet they may interest the Three Kingdoms one day," said Berwin softly. "Oh, if they deal with danger to society," said Denzil, thinking his strange neighbour spoke of anarchistic schemes. "They deal with danger to myself," interrupted Berwin. "I am a hunted man, and I hide here from those who wish me ill. I am dying, as you see," he cried, striking his hollow chest, "but I may not die quickly enough for those who desire my death." "Who are they?" cried Lucian, rather startled by this outburst. "People with whom you have no concern," replied the man sullenly. "That is true enough, Mr. Berwin, so I'll say good night." "Berwin, Berwin, ha ha! A very good name, Berwin, but not for me. Oh, was there ever so unhappy a creature as I? False name, false friend, in disgrace, in hiding, curse everybody. Go, go, Mr. Denzil, and leave me to die here like a rat in its hole." "You are ill," said Lucian, amazed by the man's fury. "Shall I send a doctor to see you?" "Send no one," cried Berwin, commanding himself by a visible effort. "Only go away and leave me to myself. Thou canst not minister to a mind diseased. Go, go." "Good night, then," said Denzil, seeing that nothing could be done. "I hope you will be better in the morning." Berwin shook his head, and with a silent tongue, which contrasted strangely with his late outcry, ushered Denzil out of the house. As the heavy door closed behind him, Lucian descended the steps and looked thoughtfully at the grim mansion, which was tenanted by so mysterious a person. He could make nothing of Berwin, as he chose to call himself. He could see no meaning in his wild words and mad behaviour, but as he walked briskly back to his lodgings, he came to the conclusion that the man was nothing worse than a tragic drunkard, haunted by terrors engendered by overindulgence in stimulants. The episode of the shadows on the blind he did not attempt to explain, for the simple reason that he was unable to find any plausible explanation to account therefor. "And why should I trouble my head to do so?" mused Lucian, as he went to bed. "The man and his mysteries are nothing to me. Bah! I have been infected by the vulgar curiosity of the square. Henceforth I'll neither see nor think of this drunken lunatic." And with such resolve he dismissed all thoughts of his strange acquaintance from his mind, which, under the circumstances, was perhaps the wisest thing he could do. But later on certain events took place which forced him to alter his determination. Fate, with her own ends to bring about, is not to be denied by her puppets, and of these Lucian was one, designed for an important part in the drama which was to be played. Mrs. Marjorie Kebby, who attended to the domestic economy of Berwin's house, was a deaf old crone with a constant thirst, only to be assuaged by strong drink, and a filching hand which was usually in every pocket save her own. She had neither kith nor kin, nor friends, nor even acquaintances, but, being something of a miser, scraped and screwed to amass money she had no need for, and dwelt in a wretched little apartment in a back slum, whence she daily issued to work little and pilfer much. Usually at 9 o'clock she brought in her employer's breakfast from the Nelson Hotel, which was outside the square, and while he was enjoying it in bed, after his fashion, she cleaned out and made tidy the sitting-room. Berwin then dressed and went out for a walk, despite Miss Greeb's contention that he took the air only at night, like an owl, and during his absence Mrs. Kebby attended to the bedroom. She then went about her own business, which was connected with the cleaning of various other apartments, and only returned at midday and at night to lay the table for Berwin's luncheon and dinner, or rather dinner and supper, which were also sent in from the hotel. For these services Berwin paid her well, and only enjoined her to keep a quiet tongue about his private affairs, which Mrs. Kebby usually did, until excited by 2 copious drams of gin, when she talked freely and unwisely to all the servants in the square. It was to her observation and invention that Berwin owed his bad reputation. Well known in every kitchen, Mrs. Kebby hobbled from one to the other, gossiping about the various affairs of her various employers, and when absolute knowledge failed, she took to inventing details which did no small credit to her imagination. Also, she could tell fortunes by reading tea-leaves and shuffling cards, and was not above aiding the maid-servants in their small love affairs. In short, Mrs. Kebby was a dangerous old witch, who, a century back, would have been burnt at the stake, and the worst possible person for Berwin to have in his house. Had he known of her lying and prating, she would not have remained an hour under his roof, but Mrs. Kebby was cunning enough to steer clear of such a danger in the most dexterous manner. She had a firm idea that Berwin had, in her own emphatic phrase, done something, for which he was wanted by the police, and was always on the lookout to learn the secret of his isolated life, in order to betray him, or blackmail him, or get him in some way under her thumb. As yet she had been unsuccessful. Deeming her a weak, quiet old creature, Berwin, in spite of his suspicious nature, entrusted Mrs. Kebby with the key of the front door, so that she could enter for her morning's work without disturbing him. The sitting-room door itself was not always locked, but Berwin usually bolted the portal of his bedroom, and had invariably to rise and admit Mrs. Kebby with his breakfast. The same routine was observed each morning, and everything went smoothly. Mrs. Kebby had heard of the blind shadows from several people, and had poked and pried all over the house in the hope of arriving at some knowledge of the substantial flesh-and-blood figures which cast them. But in this quest, which was intended to put money into her own pocket, she failed entirely, and during the whole 6 months of Berwin's tenancy she never saw a living soul in number 13, save her employer, nor could she ever find any evidence to show that Berwin had received visitors during her absence. The man was as great a mystery to Mrs. Kebby as he was to the square, in spite of her superior opportunities of learning the truth. On Christmas Eve the old woman brought in a cold supper for Berwin, as usual, making several journeys to and fro between hotel and house for that purpose. She laid the table, made up the fire, and before taking her leave asked Mr. Berwin if he wanted anything else. "No, I think not," replied the man, who looked wretchedly ill. "You can bring my breakfast tomorrow." "At 9, sir?" "At the usual time," answered Berwin impatiently. "Go away." Mrs. Kebby gave a final glance round to see that all was in order, and shuffled out of the room as fast as her rheumatism would let her. As she left the house 8 o'clock chimed from the steeple of a near church, and Mrs. Kebby, clinking her newly received wages in her pocket, hurried out of the square to do her Christmas marketing. As she went down the street which led to it, Blinders, a burly, ruddy-faced policeman, who knew her well, stopped to make an observation. "Is that good gentleman of yours home, Mrs. Kebby?" he asked, in the loud tones used to deaf people. "Oh, he's home," grumbled Mrs. Kebby ungraciously, "sittin' afore the fire like Solomon in all his glory. What do you want to know for?" "I saw him an hour ago," explained Blinders, "and I thought he looked ill." "So he do, like a corpse. What of that? We've all got to come to it some day. How do you know but what he won't be dead afore morning? Well, I don't care. He's paid me up till tonight. I'm going to enjoy myself, I am." "Don't you get drunk, Mrs. Kebby, or I'll lock you up."
"Garn,"
grunted the old beldame.
"What's Christmas Eve for if it ain't for folk to enjoy theirselves? You're on duty early."
"I'm taking the place of a sick comrade, and I'll be on duty all night. That's my Christmas."
"Well, well, let everyone enjoy hisself as he likes,"
muttered Mrs. Kebby, and shuffled off to the nearest public-house. Here she began to celebrate the season, and afterwards went shopping. Then she celebrated the season again, and later carried home her purchases to the miserable garret she occupied. In this den Mrs. Kebby, with the aid of gin and water, celebrated the season until she drank herself to sleep. Next morning she woke in anything but an amiable mood, and had to fortify herself with an early drink before she was fit to go about her business. It was almost 9 when she reached the Nelson Hotel, and found the covered tray with Mr. Berwin's breakfast waiting for her, so she hurried with it to Geneva Square as speedily as possible, fearful of a scolding. Having admitted herself into the house, Mrs. Kebby took up the tray with both hands, and pushed open the sitting-room door with her foot. Here, at the sight which met her eyes, she dropped the tray with a crash, and let off a shrill yell. The room was in disorder, the table was overturned, and amid the wreckage of glass and china lay Mark Berwin, with outspread hands, stone dead, stabbed to the heart. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Elena, Cocoa, Florida. Chapter 5 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elena. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 5. The Talk of the Town. Nowadays, events, political, social, and criminal, crowd so closely on one another's heels that what was formerly a 9 days' wonder is scarcely marvelled at the same number of minutes. Yet in certain cases, episodes of a mysterious or unexpected nature engage the attention of a careless world for a somewhat longer period, and provoke an immense amount of discussion and surmise. In this category may be placed the crime committed in Geneva Square, for when the extraordinary circumstances of the case became known, much curiosity was manifested regarding the possible criminal, and his motive for committing so apparently useless a crime. To add to the wonderment of the public, it came out in the evidence of Lucien Denzel at the inquest that Berwin was not the real name of the victim, so here the authorities were confronted with a threefold problem. They had first to discover the name of the dead man, second, to learn who it was had so foully murdered him, and third, to find out the reason why the unknown assassin should have slain an apparently harmless man. But these hidden things were not easily brought to light, and the meagre evidence collected by the police failed to do away with any of the three obstacles, at all events, until after the inquest. When the jury brought in a verdict that the deceased had been violently done to death by some person or persons unknown, the 12 good men and trues stated the full extent of knowledge gained by justice in her futile scramble after clues. Berwin, so called, was dead. His assassin had melted into thin air, and the Silent House had added a second legend to its already uncanny reputation. Formerly it had been simply haunted, now it was also blood-stained, and its last condition was worse than its first. The dead man had been found stabbed to the heart by some long, thin, sharp-pointed instrument which the murderer had taken away with him, or perhaps her, as the sex of the assassin, for obvious reasons, could not be decided. Mrs. Kebby swore that she had left the deceased sitting over the fire at 8 o'clock on Christmas Eve, and that he had been fairly well, though far from enjoying the best of health. When she returned, shortly after 9, on Christmas morning, the man was dead and cold. Medical aid was called in at the same time as the police were summoned, and the evidence of the doctor who examined the body went to prove that Berwin had been dead at least 10 hours. Therefore, he must have been assassinated between the hours of 11 and 12 of the previous night. Search was immediately made for the murderer, but no trace could be found of him, nor could it be ascertained how he had entered the house. The doors were all locked, the windows were all barred, and neither at the back nor in the front was there any outlet left open whereby the man, if it was a man who had done the deed, could have escaped. Blinders, the policeman on duty at the entrance of the square, gave evidence that he had been on duty there all night, and that although many servants and owners of houses belonging to the square had passed in from their Christmas marketings, yet no stranger had entered. The policeman knew every one, even to the errand boys of the neighbourhood, who brought parcels of Christmas goods, and in many cases had exchanged greetings with the passers-by, but he was prepared to swear, and, in fact, did swear at the inquest, that no stranger either came into or went out of Geneva Square. Also he deposed that when the traffic died away after midnight he had walked round the square, and had looked at every window, including that of number 13, and had tried every door, also including that of number 13, only to find that all was safe. Blinders declared on oath that he had not on Christmas Eve the slightest suspicion of the horrid tragedy which had taken place in the silent house during the time he was on duty. When the police took possession of the body and mansion, search was made in bedroom and sitting room for papers likely to throw light on the identity of the victim, but in vain. No letters or telegrams, or even writing of any kind, could be discovered. There was no name in the dead man's books, no mark on his clothes, no initials on his linen. The landlord of the house declared that the deceased had hired the mansion 6 months before, but had given no references, and as the landlord was glad to let the haunted number 13 on any terms, he had not insisted upon having them. The deceased, said the landlord, had paid a month's rent in advance in ready money, and at the end of every month he had discharged his liability in the same way. He gave neither cheque nor notes, but paid always in gold, and beyond the fact that he called himself Mark Berwin, the landlord knew nothing about him. The firm who had furnished the rooms made almost the same report, quite as meagre and unsatisfactory. Mr. Berwin, so the deceased had given his name, had ordered the furniture, and had paid for it in gold. Altogether, in spite of every effort, the police were obliged to declare themselves beaten. They could not find out the name of the victim, and therefore were unable to learn his past life, or trace thereby if he had an enemy likely to harm him. Beyond the report given by Lucian of his conversation with the man, which showed that Berwin certainly had some enemy whom he dreaded, there was nothing discovered to show reason for the committal of the crime. Berwin, so called, was dead. He was buried under his assumed name, and there, so far as the obtainable evidence went, was an end to the strange tenant of the silent house. Gordon Link, the detective charged with the conduct of the case, confessed as much to Denzil. "I do not see the slightest chance of tracing Berwin's past," said he to the barrister. "We are as ignorant about him as we are of the name of the assassin." "Are you sure there is no clue, Mr. Link?" "Absolutely none. Even the weapon with which the crime was committed cannot be found." "You have searched the house?" "Every inch of it, and with the result that I have found nothing. The surroundings of the case are most mysterious. If we do not identify the dead, we cannot hope to trace the murderer. How the wretch got into the house is more than I can discover." "It is strange," admitted Lucian thoughtfully. "Yet in some secret way people were in the habit of entering the house, and Berwin knew as much. Not only that, but he protected them from curiosity by denying that they even existed. I don't quite follow you, Mr. Denzil. I allude to the shadows on the blind, which I saw myself a week before the murder took place. They were those of a man and a woman, and must have been cast by bodies of flesh and blood. Therefore, 2 people must have been in Berwin's sitting room on that night, yet when I met Berwin, who was absent at the time, he denied that anyone could have entered his house without his knowledge. More, he actually insisted that I should satisfy myself as to the truth of this by examining the house." "Which you did?" "Yes, but found nothing. Yet," said Lucian with an air of conviction, "however the man and woman entered, they were in the house." "Then the assassin must have come in by the same way. But where that way can be, or how it can be found, is more than I can say." "Does the landlord know of any secret passages?" "No. I asked him, replied the detective, but he stated that houses nowadays were not built with secret passages. When Berwin denied that anyone was in the house, was he afraid, Mr. Denzil? Yes, he seemed to be nervous. And he told you he had enemies? He hinted that there were people who wished to see him dead. From the way he spoke and the language he used, I am satisfied that he was hiding from the vengeance of someone. Vengeance, repeated Link, raising his eyebrows. Is not that word a trifle melodramatic? Perhaps, but to my mind there is more melodrama in actual life than people fancy. However, Mr. Link, added Lucian, I have come to certain conclusions. Firstly, that Berwin was in hiding. Secondly, that he saw people secretly who entered in some way we cannot discover. And thirdly, that to solve the problem it will be necessary to look into the past life of the dead man. Your third conclusion brings us round to the point whence we started, retorted Link. How am I to discover the man's past? By learning who he is, and what is his real name. An easy task, said the detective sarcastically, considering the meagre material upon which we have to work. And how is the business to be accomplished? By advertisement. Advertisement? Yes. I wonder the idea did not strike you before, seeing how often it is used in similar cases. Advertise a full description of the man who called himself Berwin, note his physical peculiarities and looks, and circulate such description by means of handbills and newspapers. Link looked angry, and laughed rather contemptuously, as his professional pride was touched by the fact of being advised by an individual not of his calling. I am not so ignorant of my business as you think, he said sharply. What you suggest has already been done. There are handbills describing the appearance of Berwin in every police office in the kingdom. In the newspapers also? Asked Lucian, nettled by the detective's tone. No, it is not necessary. I don't agree with you. Many people in private life are not likely to see your handbills. I don't pretend to advise, Mr. Link, he added in soothing tones, but would it not be wise to use the medium of the daily papers? I'll think of it, said Link, too jealous of his dignity to give way at once. Oh, I quite rely on your discretion, said Denzil hastily. You know your own business best. But if you succeed in identifying Berwin, will you let me know? Link looked keenly at the young man. Why do you wish to know about the matter? He asked. Out of simple curiosity. The case is so mysterious that I should like to watch you unravel it. Well, said Link, rather gratified by this tribute to his power, I shall indulge your fancy. The result of this conversation was that Lucian observed in the newspapers next day an advertisement describing the looks and name and physical peculiarities of the deceased, with special mention of the loss of the left hand's little finger and the strange cicatrice on the right cheek. Satisfied that the only way to learn the truth had been adopted by the authorities, Lucian impatiently waited for the development of the scheme. Within the week he received a visit from the detective. You were right and I was wrong, Mr. Denzil, admitted Link generously. The newspapers were of more use than the handbills. Yesterday I received a letter from a lady who is coming to see me tomorrow at my office, so if you care to be present at the interview, you have only to say so. I should like it above all things, said Lucian eagerly. Who is the lady? A Mrs. Vrain, who writes from Bath. Can she identify the dead man? She thinks she can, but, of course, she cannot be certain until she sees the body. Going by the description, however, added Link, she is inclined to believe that Berwin was her husband. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Elena, Cocoa, Florida. Chapter 6 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elena. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 6. Mrs. Vrain's Story. Denzil was much pleased with the courtesy of the detective Link in permitting him to gain, at first hand, further details of this mysterious case. With a natural curiosity, engendered by his short acquaintance with the unfortunate Berwin, he was most anxious to learn why the man had secluded himself from the world in Geneva Square, who were the enemies he hinted at as desirous of his death, and in what manner and for what reason he had met with so barbarous a fate at their hands. It seemed likely that Mrs. Vrain, who asserted herself to be the wife of the deceased, would be able to answer these questions in full. Therefore, he was punctual in keeping the appointment at the office of Link. He was rather astonished to find that Mrs. Vrain had arrived, and was deep in conversation with the detective, while a third person, who had evidently accompanied her, sat near at hand, silent but attentive to what was being discussed. As the dead man had been close on 60 years of age, and Mrs. Vrain claimed to be his wife, Denzil had quite expected to meet with an elderly woman. Instead of doing so, however, he beheld a pretty young lady of not more than 25, whose raiment of widow's weeds set off her beauty to the greatest advantage. She was a charming blonde, with golden hair and blue eyes, and a complexion of rose-leaf hue. In spite of her grief, her demeanour was lively and engaging, and her smile particularly attractive, lighting up her whole face in the most fascinating manner. Her hands and feet were small, her stature was that of a fairy, and her figure was perfect in every way. Altogether, Mrs. Vrain looked like a sylph or a dainty shepherdess of Dresden china, and should have been arrayed in gossamer robes, rather than in the deep mourning she affected. Indeed, Lucian considered that such weeds were rather premature, as Mrs. Vrain could not yet be certain that the murdered man was her husband, but she looked so charming and childlike a creature that he forgave her being too eager to consider herself a widow. Perhaps, with such an elderly husband, her eagerness was natural. From this charming vision Lucian's eyes wandered to the attentive third person, a rosy-cheeked, plump little man of between 50 and 60. From his resemblance to Mrs. Vrain, for he had the same blue eyes and pink and white complexion, Lucian guessed that he was her father, and such, indeed, proved to be the case. Link, on Lucian's entrance, introduced him to the sylph in black, who in turn presented him to the silvery-haired, benevolent old man, whom she called Mr. Jabez Clyne. At the first sound of their voices Lucian detected so pronounced a twang, and so curious a way of collocating words, as to conclude that Mrs. Vrain and her amiable parent hailed from the States. The little lady seemed to pride herself on this, and indicated her republican origin in her speech more than was necessary. At least, Denzil thought so. But then, on occasions, he was disposed to be hypercritical. "Say now," said Mrs. Vrain, casting an approving glance on Lucian's face, "I'm right down glad to see you. Mr. Link here was just saying you knew my husband, Mr. Vrain." "I knew him as Mr. Berwin, Mark Berwin," replied Denzil, taking a seat. "Just think of that, now," cried Mrs. Vrain, with a liveliness rather subdued in compliment to her apparel. "And his real name was Mark Vrain. Well, I guess he won't need no name now, poor man." And the widow touched her bright eyes carefully with a doll's pocket-handkerchief, which Lucian noted, somewhat cynically, was perfectly dry. "Maybe he's an angel by this time, Liddy," said Mr. Clyne, in a cheerful, chirping voice, "so it ain't no use wishing him back, as I can see. We've all got to negotiate kingdom come some time or another." "Not in the same way, I hope," said Lucian dryly. "But I beg your pardon, Link, I interrupt your conversation." "By no means," replied the detective readily. "We had just begun when you entered, Mr. Denzil." "And it wasn't much of a talk anyhow," said Mrs. Vrain. "I was only replying to some stupid questions." "Stupid, if you will, but necessary," observed Link with gravity. "Let us continue. Are you certain that this dead man is, or rather was, your husband?" "I'm as sure can be, sir. Berwin Manor's the name of our place near Bath, and it looks as though my husband called himself after it when he changed his colours. And isn't his first name Mark?" pursued the pretty widow. "Well, my husband was called Mark, too, so there you are, Mark Berwin." "Is this all your proof?" asked Link calmly. "I guess not, though it's enough, I should say. My husband had a mark on his right cheek, got it fighting a duel with a German student when he was having a high time as one of the boys at Heidelberg. Then he lost part of his little finger, left-hand finger, in an accident out west. What other proof do you want, Mr. Link?" "The proofs you have given seem sufficient, Mrs. Vrain. But may I ask when your husband left his home?" "About a year ago, eh, Papa?" "You're overdoing it, Liddy," corrected the father. "Size it up as 10 months and you'll do." "10 months," said Lucian suddenly. "And Mr. Berwin—" "Vrain," struck in Lydia, the widow. "Mark Vrain." "I beg your pardon. Well, Mark Vrain took the house in Geneva Square 6 months back. Where was he during the other 4?" Ask me something easier, Mr. Denzil. I know no more than you do." "Did you know where he went on leaving Berwin Manor?" "Sakes, how should I know? Mark and I didn't pull together nohow, so he kicked over the traces and made tracks for the back of beyond." "Then you might square it, Liddy, by saying as 'twasn't you who upset the apple cart." "Well, I should smile to think so," said Mrs. Vrain vigorously. "I was as good as pie to that old man." "You did not get on well together?" said Link sharply. "Got on as well as a cat hitched along with a dog. My stars, there was no living with him. If he hadn't left me, I'd have left him. That's an almighty truth." "So the gist of all this is that Mr. Vrain left you 10 months ago, and did not leave his address?" "That's so," said the widow calmly. "I've not seen nor heard of him for most a year, till Pop there tumbled across your paragraph in the papers. Then I surmised from the name and the missing finger and the scarred cheek that I'd drop right on to Mark. I wouldn't take all this trouble for anyone else. No, sir, not me." "My Liddy does not care about being a grass widow, gentlemen." "I don't mind being a grass widow or a real one, so long as I know how to ticket myself," said the candid Lydia. "But seems to me there's no question that Mark sent in his checks." "I certainly think that this man who called himself Berwin was your husband," said Denzil, for Mrs. Vrain's eyes rested on him, and she seemed to expect an answer. "Well, then, that means I'm Mr. Vrain's widow?" "I should say so." "And entitled to all his pile?" "That depends on the will," said Lucian dryly, for the light tone of the pretty woman jarred upon his ear. "Oh, that's all right," replied Mrs. Vrain, putting a gold-topped smelling bottle to her nose. "I saw the will made, and I know exactly how I come out. The old man's daughter by his first wife gets the manor and the rents, and I take the assurance money." "Was Mr. I beg pardon, Vrain, was he married twice?" "I should think so," said Lydia. "He was a widower, with a grown-up daughter when I took him to church. Well, can I get this assurance money?" "I suppose so," said Link, "provided you can prove your husband's death." "Sakes alive!" cried Mrs. Vrain briskly. "Wasn't he murdered?" "The man called Berwin was murdered." "Well, sir," said the rosy-cheeked Klein, with more sharpness than might have been expected from his peaceful aspect, "and ain't Berwin Vrain?" "It would seem so," replied Link coolly. "All your evidence goes to prove it, yet the assurance company may not be satisfied with the proof. I expect the grave will have to be opened, and the remains identified." "Ugh!" said Mrs. Vrain with a shrug. "How disgusting! I mean," she added, colouring as she saw that Lucian was rather shocked by her flippancy, "that sorry as I am for the old man, he wasn't a good husband to me, and corpses a week old ain't pleasant things to look on." "Liddy," interposed Klein, hastening to obliterate, if possible, the impression made on the two by this foolish speech, "how you do go on! But you know your heart is better than your tongue." "It was, to put up so long with Mr. Vrain," said Lydia resentfully. "But I'm honest, if I'm nothing else. I guess I'm sorry that Vrain got stuck like a pig, but it wasn't my fault, and I've done my best to show respect by wearing black. But it is no good going on in this way, Papa, for I have no call to excuse myself to strangers. What I want to know is how I'm going to get the dollars." "You'll have to see the assurance company about that," said Link coldly. "My business with you, Mrs. Vrain, is about this murder." "I know nothing about it," retorted the widow. "I haven't set eyes on Mark for most a year." "Have you any idea who killed him?" "I guess not. How should I?" "You might know if he had enemies." "He!" said Mrs. Vrain, with supreme contempt. "Why, he hadn't backbone enough for folks to get riz at him. He was half-baked." "Crazy, that is," remarked Klein. "Always thought the world was against him, and folks wanted to get quit of him." "He said he had enemies," hinted Lucian. "You bet. He no doubt made out that all Europe was against him," said Klein. "That was my son-in-law all over. Liddy and he had a tiff, just like other married couples, and he clears out to lie low in an out-of-the-way shanty in Pimlico. I tell you, gentlemen, that Vrain had a chip out of his head. He fancied things, he did, but no one wanted to harm him that I know of." "Yet he died a violent death," said Denzil gravely. "That's a frozen fact, sir," cried Klein.
and both Liddy and I want to lynch the reptile as did it, but we neither of us know who laid him out." "I'm sure I don't," said Mrs. Vrain, in a weeping voice. "Every one that I knew was civil to him. He had no one who wanted to kill him when he left Berwin Manor. Why he went away, or how he died, I can't say." "If you want to know how he died," explained Link, "I can tell you. He was stabbed." "So the journals said. With a bowie." "No, not with a bowie," corrected Lucian, "but with some long, sharp instrument." "A dagger?" suggested Klein. "I should be even more precise," said Denzil slowly. "I should say a stiletto. An Italian stiletto." "A stiletto!" gasped Mrs. Vrain, whose delicate pink colour had faded to a chalky white. "Oh, oh, I... and she fainted forthwith. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Elena, Cocoa, Florida.
Chapter 7 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 7. The Assurance Money. Mrs. Vrain's fainting fit was of no great duration, and she shortly recovered her senses, but not her sprightliness. Her excuse was that the long discussion of her husband's murder, and the too precise details related to her by Link before Denzil's arrival, had so wrought on her nerves as to occasion her temporary indisposition. This reason, which was a trifle weak, since she seemed to bear her husband's loss with great stoicism, awakened suspicions in Lucian's mind as to her truthfulness. However, these were too vague and confused to be put into words, so the young man remained silent until Mrs. Vrain and her father departed. This they did almost immediately after the widow had given her London and country addresses to the detective, in case he should require her in the conduct of the case. This matter being attended to, she left the room, with a parting smile and special bow to Lucian. Link smiled in his turn as he observed this Parthian shaft, the shooting of which was certainly out of keeping with Mrs. Vrain's character of a mourning widow. "You seem to have made an impression on the lady, Mr. Denzil," he said, with a slight cough to conceal his amusement. "Nonsense," replied Lucian, his fair face crimsoning with vexation. "She seems to me one of those shallow women who would sooner flirt with a tinker than pass unnoticed by the male sex. I don't like her," he concluded with some abruptness. "On what grounds?" "Well, she spoke very hardly about her husband, and seemed rather more concerned about this assurance money than his death. She is a flippant doll, with a good deal of the adventuress about her. I don't think," said the barrister significantly, "that she is altogether so ignorant of this matter as she pretends to be." The detective raised his eyebrows. "You don't propose to accuse her of the murder?" he asked sceptically. "Oh, no," answered Denzil hastily. "I don't say she is as guilty as all that, but she knows something, or suspects something." "How do you make that out?" "She fainted at the mention of stiletto, and I am convinced that Vrain, as I suppose we must call him now, was killed with one. And again, Link, this woman admitted that she had married her elderly husband in Florence. Now, Florence, as you know, is an Italian town. A stiletto is an Italian weapon. Putting these two things together, what do you make of Mrs. Vrain's fainting?" "I make nothing of it, Mr. Denzil. You are too suspicious. The woman had no reason to rid herself of her husband, as you hint." "What about the assurance money?" "There is a motive there, certainly, a motive of gain. Still, I think you are making a mountain out of a molehill, for I am satisfied that she knows no more who committed the crime than does the Pope himself." "It is as well to look in every direction," said Lucian obstinately. "Meaning that I should follow this clue you suggest, which has no existence save in your own fancy. Well, I'll keep my eye on Mrs. Vrain, you may be sure of that. It won't be difficult, as she will certainly stay in town until she identifies the body of her dead husband and gets the money. If she is guilty, I'll track her down. But I am certain she has nothing to do with the crime. If she had, it is not likely that she would enter the lion's den by coming to see me. No, no, Mr. Denzil, you have found a mare's nest." Lucian shrugged his shoulders and took up his hat to go. "You may be right," said he reluctantly, "but I have my doubts of Mrs. Vrain, and shall continue to have them until she supplies a more feasible explanation of her fainting. In the meantime, I'll leave you to follow out the case in the manner you judge best. We shall see who is right in the long run." And Denzil, still holding to his opinion, took his departure, leaving Link confident that the young man did not know what he was talking about. As the detective sat thinking over the late conversation, and wondering if he could shape any definite course out of it, Denzil put his head in at the door. "I say, Link," he called out, "you'd better find out if Mrs. Vrain is really the wife of this dead man before you are guided by her story." After which speech he hurriedly withdrew, leaving Link to digest it at his leisure. At first Link was indignant that Denzil should deem him so easily hoodwinked as the speech implied. Afterwards he began to laugh. "Wife?" said he to himself. "Of course she is the man's wife. She knows too much about him to be otherwise. But even granting that Denzil is right, which I don't for a moment admit, there is no need for me to prove the truth of his assumption. If this pretty woman is not the true wife of Berwin, or Vrain, or whatever this dead man's name actually may be, the assurance company will get at the rights of the matter before paying over the money." Subsequent events reflected credit on this philosophical speech and determination of Mr. Link. Had Mrs. Vrain been an impostor, her house of cards would have been knocked down, as soon as reared, by the searching inquiry instituted by the serious assurance company. It appeared that the life of the late Mark Vrain was on the books of the company for no less a sum than £20,000, and under the will this was to be paid over to Lydia Vrain, née Clyne. The widow, aided by her father, who was a shrewd business man in spite of his innocent looks, and the family lawyer of the Vrains, went systematically to work to establish her own identity, the death of her husband, and her consequent right to the money. The first thing to be done was to prove that the dead man was really Vrain. There was some little difficulty in obtaining an order from the authorities for the opening of the grave and the exhumation of the body, but finally the consent of those in power was obtained, and there was little difficulty in the identification of the remains. The lawyer, Mr. Clyne, Mrs. Vrain herself, and several people brought up from Bath by the assurance company, swore that the corpse, buried under the false name of Berwin, was that of Mark Vrain, for decomposition had not proceeded so far but what the features could be recognized. There was even no need to unwrap the body from its cerements, as the face itself and the scar thereon were quite sufficient for the friends of the deceased to swear to the corpse. Thereupon the assurance company, on the fullest of evidence, was compelled to admit that their client was dead, and expressed themselves ready to pay over the money to Mrs. Vrain as soon as the will should be proved. Pending the legal process necessary to do this, the widow made a great parade of her grief and affection for the dead man. She had the body re-enclosed in a new and sumptuous coffin, and removed the same to Berwin Manor, near Bath, where, after a short lapse of time, it was duly placed in the family vault of the Vrains. The widow, having thus disposed of her husband, bethought herself of her stepdaughter, who at that time was on a visit to some friends in Australia. A long letter, giving full details, was despatched by Mrs. Vrain, and the daughter was requested both by the widow and the lawyer to come back to England at once, and take up her abode in Berwin Manor, which, with its surrounding acres, had been left to her under the will. Matters connected with the death and its consequences having been disposed of thus far, Mrs. Vrain sat down, and, folding her hands, waited till such time as she would receive the assurance money and begin a new life as a wealthy and fascinating widow. Everyone said that the little woman had behaved very well, and that Vrain, weak headed as he was supposed to be, had shown excellent judgment in dividing his property, real and personal, so equally between the two claimants. Miss Vrain, as became the child of the first wife, received the home and acres of her ancestors, while the second wife obtained the assurance money, which everyone candidly admitted she quite deserved for having sacrificed her youth and beauty to an old man like Vrain. In those days, when all these details were being settled, the widow was the most popular personage in Bath. Matters went smoothly with Mrs. Vrain in every respect. The will was duly proved, the £20,000 was duly paid over. So, finding herself rich, the widow came with her father to take up her abode in London. When settled there, one of her first acts was to send a note to Lucian, telling him that she was in town. The good looks of the young man had made a considerable impression on Mrs. Vrain, and she appeared anxious to renew the acquaintance, although it had been so inauspiciously begun in the purlieus of the police courts. On his part, Lucian lost no time in paying his respects, for after the searching inquiry conducted by the serious assurance company, out of which ordeal Mrs. Vrain had emerged unscathed, he began to think that he had been too hasty in condemning the little widow. So he called upon her almost immediately after receiving the invitation, and found her, after the lapse of 3 months, as pretty as ever, and clothed in less heavy mourning. "It's real sweet of you to call, Mr. Denzil," said she vivaciously. "I haven't seen anything of you since we met in Mr. Link's office, and sakes, have I not had a heap of trouble since then?" "Your trouble has done you no harm, Mrs. Vrain. So far as your looks go, 3 minutes rather than 3 months might have passed." "Oh, that's all right. I guess it's not good enough to cry oneself sick for what can't be helped. But I want to ask you, Mr. Denzil, how that policeman is progressing with the case." "He has found out nothing," replied Lucian, shaking his head, "and so far as I can see, there's not much chance of learning the truth." "I never thought there was," said Mrs. Vrain, with a shrug. "Seems to me you don't get round much in this old country. Well, it don't seem as I can do much more. I've told all I know, and I've offered a reward of £500 to discover the man who stuck Mark. If he ain't found for dollars, he won't be found at all." "Probably not, Mrs. Vrain. It is now over 3 months since the crime was committed, and every day makes the chance of discovery less." "But for all that, Diana Vrain's going on the trail, Mr. Denzil." "Diana Vrain? Who is she?" "My stepdaughter, Mark's only child. She was in Australia, out in the wild west of that country, and only lately got the news of her father's death. I got a letter from her last week, and it seems she's coming back here to find out who laid her papa out." "I'm afraid she'll not succeed," said Denzil dubiously. "She'll do her best to," replied Mrs. Vrain, with a shrug. "She's as obstinate as a battery mule. But it's no use talking. She will have her own way." And dismissing the subject of Miss Vrain, the pretty widow, with an air of relief, talked on more frivolous subjects until Lucian took his departure. Chapter 8
of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 8. Diana Vrain. Although over 3 months had elapsed since the murder of Mark Vrain, and the crime had been relegated to oblivion both by press and people, curiosity concerning it was still active in Geneva Square.
The gossips in that talkative quarter had exhausted their tongues and imaginations in surmising who had committed the deed, and how it had been accomplished. It was now known that the deceased had been of a good county family, who had left his pretty young wife in a fit of groundless suspicion; that he had no enemies, and had withdrawn to the Silent House to save himself from the machinations of purely imaginary beings. The general opinion was that Vrain had been insane, but even this did not explain the reason of his tragic and unforeseen death. Since the murder the Silent House had acquired a tenfold interest in the eyes of all. The crime added to its reputation for being haunted, invested it with horror, and its commonplace looks assumed to fanciful onlookers a grim and menacing aspect, in keeping with its blood-stained floor and ghostly rooms. Disheartened by the late catastrophe, which had so greatly enhanced the already evil reputation of the house, the landlord did not attempt to re-let it, as he knew very well that no tenant would be bold enough to take it, even at a nominal rent. Mrs. Vrain had sold off the furniture of the two apartments which her unfortunate husband had inhabited, and now these were as bare and lonely as the rest of the rooms. The landlord made no effort to furbish up or renovate the mansion, deeming that such expense would be useless. So number 13, deserted by man and cursed by God, remained vacant and avoided. People came from far and near to look at it, but no one entered its doors lest some evil fate should befall them. Yet, in strange contradiction to the horror it created in every breast, the houses on either side continued to be occupied. Miss Greeb frequently took a peep across the way at the empty house, with its curtainless, dusty windows and smokeless chimneys. She had theorized often on the murder of Vrain, and being unable to come to any reasonable conclusion, finally decided that a ghost, the ghost which haunted the mansion, had committed the crime. In support of this fantastic opinion, she related to Lucian at least a score of stories in which people foolishly sleeping in haunted rooms had been found dead in the morning, with black finger marks on their throats, said Miss Greeb, dramatically, and looks of horror in their eyes, and everything locked up, just like it was in room number 13, to show that nothing but a ghost could have killed them. "You forget, Miss Greeb," said Lucian flippantly. "Poor Vrain was stabbed with a stiletto. Ghosts don't use material weapons." "How do you know the dagger was a real one?" replied Miss Greeb, sinking her voice to a horrified whisper. "Was it ever seen? No. Was it ever found? No. The ghost took it away, depend upon it, Mr. Denzil. It wasn't flesh and blood as made a spirit of that crazy Berwin." "In that case the ghostly criminal can't be hanged," said Denzil, with a laugh. "But it's all nonsense, Miss Greeb. I am astonished that a woman of your sense should believe in such rubbish." "Wiser people than I have faith in ghosts," retorted the landlady obstinately. "Haven't you heard of the haunted house in the West End Square, where a man and a dog were found dead in the morning, with a valet as gibbered awful ever afterwards?" "Pooh, pooh! That's a story of Bulwer Lytton's." "It is not, Mr. Denzil. It's a fact. You can see the very house in the square for yourself, and number 13 is just such another." "Nonsense! Why, I'd sleep in number 13 to-morrow night, just to prove that your ghostly fears are all moonshine." Miss Greeb uttered a screech of alarm. "Mr. Denzil," she cried with a great energy, "sooner than you should do that, well, I don't know what I'd do." "Accuse me of stealing your silver spoons and have me locked up," said Lucian, laughing. Make yourself easy, Miss Greeb. I have no intention of tempting Providence. All the same, I don't believe for 1 minute that number 13 is haunted. Lights were seen flitting from room to room. No doubt. Poor Vrain showed me over the house before he died. His candle explains the lights." "They have been seen since his death," said Miss Greeb solemnly. "Then, as a ghost, Vrain must be walking about with an old woman phantom who wears brocade and high-heeled shoes." Miss Greeb, seeing that she had a sceptic to deal with, retreated with great dignity from the argument, but nevertheless to other people maintained her opinion, with many facts drawn from her imagination and from books on the supernatural compiled from the imagination, or, as the various writers call it, the experience of others. Some agreed with her, others laughed at her, but one and all acknowledged that, however it came about, whether by ghostly or mortal means, the murder of Vrain was a riddle never likely to be solved, and, with other events of like nature and mystery, it was relegated to the list of undiscovered crimes. After several interviews with Link, the barrister was also inclined to take this view of the matter. He found the detective quite discouraged in his effort to find the assassin. "I have been to Bath," said Link dismally. "I have examined, so far as I was able, into the past life of Vrain, but I can find nothing likely to throw light on the subject. He did not get on well with his wife, and left Bath 10 months before the murder. I tried to trace where he went to, but could not. He vanished from Bath quite unexpectedly, and 4 months later turned up in Geneva Square, as we know, but who killed him, or why he was killed, I can't say. I'm afraid I have to give it up as a bad job, Mr. Denzil." "What, and lose a reward of £500?" said Lucian. "If it was 5,000, I must lose it," returned the dejected Link. "This case beats me. I don't believe the murderer will ever be run down." "Upon my word, I am inclined to agree with you," said Denzil, and barrister and detective departed, each convinced that the Vrain case was ended, and that in the face of the insuperable obstacles presented by it there was not the slightest chance of avenging the murder of the unfortunate man. The reading of the mystery was beyond mortal powers to accomplish. About the middle of April, nearly 4 months after the tragedy, Lucian received a letter containing an invitation which caused him no little astonishment. The note was signed Diana Vrain, and, having intimated that the writer had returned only that week from Australia, requested that Mr. Denzil would be kind enough to call the next day at the Royal John Hotel in Kensington. Miss Vrain ended by stating that she had a particular desire to converse with Mr. Denzil, and hoped that he would not fail to keep the appointment. Wondering greatly how the lady, who was no doubt the stepdaughter referred to by Mrs. Vrain, had obtained his address, and why she desired to see him so particularly, Lucian, out of sheer curiosity, obeyed the summons. Next day, at 4 o'clock, the appointed hour, he presented himself as requested, and, on giving his name, was shown immediately into the presence of his correspondent, who occupied a small private sitting room. When Miss Vrain rose to greet him, Lucian was amazed to see how beautiful and stately she was. With dark hair and eyes, oval face and firm mouth, majestic figure and imperial gait, she moved towards him an apparent queen. A greater contrast to Mrs. Vrain than her stepdaughter can scarcely be imagined. The one was a frivolous, volatile fairy, the other a dignified and reserved woman. She also was arrayed in black garments, but these were made in the plainest manner, and showed none of the coquetry of woe such as had characterized Mrs. Vrain's elaborate costume. The look of sorrow on the face of Diana was in keeping with her mourning apparel, and she welcomed Lucian with a subdued courtesy which prepossessed him greatly in her favour. Quick in his likes and dislikes, the young man was as drawn towards this beautiful, sad woman as formerly he had been repulsed by the feigned grief and ensnaring glances of silly Mrs. Vrain. "I am much obliged to you for calling, Mr. Denzil," said Miss Vrain in a deep voice, rather melancholy in its tone. "No doubt you wonder how I obtained your address." "It did strike me as peculiar, I confess," said Lucian, taking a chair to which she pointed. "But on considering the matter, I fancy that Mrs. Vrain had—" "Mrs. Vrain!" echoed Diana in a tone of contempt. "No, I have not seen Mrs. Vrain since I returned, a week ago, to London. I got your address from the detective who examined into the death of my most unhappy father." "You have seen Link?" "Yes, and I know all that Link could tell me. He mentioned your name frequently in his narrative, and gave me to understand that on two occasions you had spoken with my father. Therefore I asked him to give me your address, so that I might speak with you personally on the matter." "I am quite at your service, Miss Vrain. I suppose you wish to learn all that I know of the tragedy?" "I wish for more than that, Mr. Denzil," said Diana quietly. "I wish you to help me in hunting down the assassin of my father." "What! Do you intend to reopen the case?" "Certainly. But I did not know that the case, as you call it, had been closed. I have come home from Australia specially to devote myself to this matter. I should have been in London long ago, but that out in Australia I was with some friends in a part of the country where it is difficult to get letters. As soon as Mrs. Vrain's letter about the terrible end of my father came to hand, I arranged my affairs and left at once for England. Since my arrival, I have seen Mr. Saker, our family lawyer, and Mr. Link, the detective. They have told me all they know, and now I wish to hear what you have to say." "I'm afraid I cannot help you, Miss Vrain," said Lucian dubiously. "Ah, you refuse to help me?" "Oh, no, no! I should only be too glad to do what I can," protested Lucian, shocked that she should think him so hard-hearted. "But I know of nothing likely to solve the mystery. Both myself and Link have done our best to discover the truth, but without success." "Well, Mr. Denzil," said Diana, after a pause, "they often say that a woman's wit can do more than a man's logic. So you and I must put our heads together and discover the guilty person. Have you no suspicion?" "No, I have no suspicion," replied Lucian frankly. "Have you?" "I have. I suspect a lady." "Mrs. Vrain?" "Yes. How do you know I meant her?" "Because at one time I suspected her myself." "You suspected rightly," replied Diana. "I believe that Mrs. Vrain killed her husband." Chapter 9 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 9. A Marriage That Was a Failure. Denzil did not reply at once to the accusation levelled by Diana at Mrs. Vrain, as he was too astonished at her vehemence to find his voice readily. When he did speak, it was to argue on the side of the pretty widow. "I think you must be mistaken," he said at length. "But, Mr. Denzil, you declared that you suspected her yourself." "At one time, but not now," replied Lucian decisively, "because at the time of the murder Mrs. Vrain was keeping Christmas in Berwin Manor." "Like Nero fiddling when Rome was burning," retorted Diana sharply. "But you mistake my meaning. I do not say that Mrs. Vrain committed the crime personally, but she inspired and guided the assassin." "And who is the assassin, in your opinion?" "Count Hercule Ferruci." "An Italian?" "As you may guess from the name." "Now, that is strange," cried Lucian with some excitement, "for, from the nature of the wound, I believe that your father was stabbed by an Italian stiletto." "Aha!" said Diana with satisfaction. "That strengthens the accusation I bring against Ferruci." "And again," continued Denzil, hardly listening to what she was saying, "when I mentioned my suspicion about the stiletto in the hearing of Mrs. Vrain, she fainted, which showed that her guilty conscience pricked her. Oh, I'm sure of it, Mr. Denzil. My stepmother and the Count are the criminals." "Our evidence, as yet, is only circumstantial," said Lucian cautiously. "We must not jump to conclusions. At present I am completely in the dark regarding this foreigner." "I can enlighten you, but it's a long story." "The longer the better," said Denzil, thinking he could hear Diana speak and watch her face for hours without weariness. "I wish for all details. Then I shall be in a better position to judge." "What you say is only reasonable, Mr. Denzil. I shall tell you my father's history from the time he went to Italy some 3 years ago. It was in Italy, to be precise, in Florence, that he met with Lydia Clyne and her father." "One moment," said Denzil. "Before you begin, will you tell me what you think of the couple?" "Think!" cried Diana disdainfully. "I think they are a couple of adventurers. But she is the worst of the two. The old man, Jabez Clyne, I think moderately well of. He is a weak fool under the thumb of his daughter. If you only knew what I have suffered at the hands of that golden haired doll!" "I should think you could hold your own, Miss Vrain." "Not against treachery and lies," retorted Diana fiercely. "It's not my habit to employ such weapons. But my stepmother used no others. It was she who drove me out of the house and made me exile myself to the Antipodes to escape her falseness." "And it was she," added Miss Vrain solemnly, "who treated my father so ill as to drive him out of his own home. Lydia Vrain is not the doll you think her to be. She is a false, cruel, clever adventuress, and I hate her. I hate her with all my heart and soul." This feminine outburst of anger rather bewildered Denzil, who saw very plainly that Diana was by no means the lofty angel he had taken her to be in the first appreciation of her beauty. But her passion of the moment suited so well with her stately looks that she seemed rather a Margaret of Anjou defying York and his faction than an injured woman concerned with so slight a thing as the rebuke of one of her own sex, for whom she had little love. Diana saw the surprise expressed on Lucian's face, and her own flushed a little with annoyance that she should have betrayed her feelings so openly. With a vexed laugh, she recovered her temper and composed demeanour. "You see I'm no saint, Mr. Denzil," she said, resuming her seat, for in her anger she had risen to her feet. "But even if I were one, I could not have restrained myself from speaking as I did, when you know my stepmother as well as I do. But I must talk calmly about her, or you will not understand my reasons for thinking her concerned in the terrible fate of my poor father." "I am all attention, Miss Vrain." "I tell you all I know, as concisely as possible," she replied, and you can judge for yourself if I am right or wrong. 3 years ago my father's health was very bad. Since the death of my mother, now some 10 years, he had devoted himself to hard study and had lived more or less the life of a recluse in Berwin Manor. He was writing a history of the Elizabethan dramatists, and became so engrossed with the work that he neglected his health, and consequently there was danger that he might suffer from brain fever. The doctors ordered him to leave his books and to travel, in order that his attention might be distracted by new scenes and new people. I was to go with him to see that he did not resume his studies. So, in an evil hour for us both, we went to Italy." "Your father was not mad," said Lucian, thinking of the extraordinary behaviour of Vrain in the square. "Oh no!" cried Diana indignantly. "He was a trifle weak in his head from overwork, but quite capable of looking after himself." "Did he indulge in strong drink?" Miss Vrain looked scandalized. "My father was singularly abstemious in eating and drinking," she said stiffly. "Why do you ask such a question?" "I beg your pardon," replied Lucian, with all humility, "but it was reported in Geneva Square that Berwin, the name by which your father was known, drank too much. And when I met him he was certainly not quite himself," finished the barrister delicately. "No doubt his troubles drove him to take more than was good for him," said Diana in a low voice. "Yet I wonder at it, for his health was none of the best. Sometimes, I admit, he took sleeping draughts and drugs." "He was consumptive," said Lucian, noticing Diana's hesitation to speak plainly. "His chest was weak, and consumption may have developed itself. But when I left England, almost 2 years back, he was certainly not suffering from that disease. But I see how it is," said Diana, wringing her hands. "During my short absence, and under the tyranny of his wife, his physical health and moral principles gave way. Drink and consumption! Ah, God! Were not these ills enough, but what the woman must add murder to cap them both?" "We do not yet know if she is guilty," said Lucian quietly. "Will you go on with your story, Miss Vrain? Later we can discuss these matters, when I am in a possession of the facts. You say it was an evil hour when you went to Italy." "It was indeed," said Diana sorrowfully. "For in Florence, at the Pension Donzelletti, on the Lung' Arno, we met with Lydia Clyne and her father. They had only lately arrived in Italy from New York, I suppose but already she was said to be engaged to a needy Italian nobleman named Count Ferusi." "Then I suppose the Clynes were rich," said Lucian, "for I know those Italian nobles too well to suspect that this Count Ferruci would pay attention to any one but an heiress." "She was supposed to be rich, Mr. Denzil. All Americans, for some reason, are supposed to be millionaires. But after she married my father I learned that Mr. Clyne had a very moderate fortune indeed, and his daughter nothing. It was for that reason that Lydia threw over the Count, to whom she was almost engaged, and began to pay attention to my father. She heard talk of his estates in the gossip of the Pension, and believed him to be rich. She decided to marry him instead of throwing herself away in a romantic fit on Ferruci." "Did she love this Italian?" "Yes, I'm sure she did. And, what is more, she loves him still." "What! Is Count Ferruci still acquainted with Mrs. Vrain?" "He is, as you shall hear. Miss Clyne, as I said, determined to make a rich marriage by becoming the second Mrs. Vrain. I never liked her, knowing that she was false and frivolous, but though I did my best to stop the marriage, my father would not be controlled. You know that this woman is pretty and fascinating. She is certainly the first, but not the last, interposed Lucian. At all events, resumed Diana disconsolately, she was sufficiently fascinating to snare my poor foolish old father. We remained 4 months in Florence, and before we left it, Lydia Clyne became Mrs. Vrain. I could do nothing with my father, as he was possessed of the headstrong passion of an old man, and, moreover, Lydia had learned to know his weak points so well that she could twist him round her finger. But, angered as I was at my father's folly, I loved him too well to leave him at the time. Therefore I returned to Berwin Manor with the pair. There, Mr. Denzil, continued Miss Vrain, her face growing dark, Lydia made my life so wretched, and insulted me so openly, that I was forced, out of self-respect, to leave the house. I had some relatives in Australia to whom I went out on a visit. Alas, I wish I had not done so. Yet remain with my colonial cousins I did, until recalled to England by the terrible intelligence of my father's untimely end. So the marriage was a failure. Yes, even before I left, Lydia openly neglected my father. I am bound to say that Mr. Clyne, who is much the better of the two, tried to make her conduct herself in a more becoming manner. But she defied him and every one else. After my departure I received letters from a friend of mine, who told me that Lydia had invited Count Ferusi over on a visit. My father, finding that he could do nothing, and seeing what a mistake he had made, returned to his books, and soon became ill again. Instead of looking after him, Lydia, as I heard, encouraged him to study hard, hoping, no doubt, that he would die, and that she would be free to marry Count Ferruci. Then my father left the house. Why? This is a very necessary detail. Diana thought for a moment, then shook her head despondently. That I cannot explain, she said, with a sigh, as I was in Australia at the time. But I expect that his brain grew weaker with study, and perhaps with the strong drink and drugs which this woman drove him to take. No doubt the poor man grew jealous of Ferruci, and, unable to assert himself, seeing how ill he was, left the house and retired to Geneva Square to meet his death, as we know. But all this is supposition, remonstrated Lucian. We really do not know why Mr. Vrain left the house. What does Lydia say? She gives no feasible explanation. Nor will she. Oh, cried Diana, is there no way of getting the truth of this matter? I feel that Lydia and the Count are guilty. You have no proofs, said Denzil, shaking his head. No proofs? Why, you said yourself that a stiletto... That is a supposition on my part, interrupted Lucian quickly. I cannot say for certain that the deed was committed with such a weapon. Besides, if it was, how can you connect the Italian with the deed? Can we not find proof? I fear not. But if we search the house? There is little use in doing that, rejoined Lucian. However, if it will give you any satisfaction, Miss Vrain, I will take you over the house to-morrow morning. Do, cried Diana, and we may find proof of Lydia's guilt in a way she little dreams of. Good-bye, Mr. Denzil. Till to-morrow. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 10. The Party-Coloured Ribbon. The beauty and high spirits of Diana made so deep an impression on Lucian that he determined to aid her by every means in his power in searching for the assassin of her father. As yet, Denzil had reached the age of 25 without having been attracted in any marked degree towards womankind, or, to put it more precisely, he had not yet been in love. But now it seemed that the hour which comes to all of Adam's sons had come to him, for on leaving Diana he thought of nothing else but her lovely face and charming smile, and until he met her again, her image was never absent from his mind. He took but a languid interest in his daily business or social pursuits, and, wrapped up in inwardly contemplating the beauties of Diana, he appeared to move amongst his fellow men like one in a dream. And dreamer he was, for there was no substantial basis for his passion. Many people, particularly those without imagination, scoff at the idea that love can be born in a moment, but such is often the case, for all their ill-advised jibes. A man may be brought into contact with the loveliest and most brilliant of women, yet remain heart whole. Yet unexpectedly a face, not always the most beautiful, will fire him with sudden fervour, even against his better judgment. Love is not an affair of reason, to be clipped and measured by logic and calculation, but a devouring, destroying passion, impatient of restraint, utterly regardless of common sense. It is born of a look, of a smile, of a sigh, of a word. It springs up and fructifies more speedily than did Jonah's gourd, and none can say how it begins or how it will end. It is the ever old, ever new riddle of creation, and the more narrowly its mystery is looked into, the more impossible does it become of solution. The lover of today, with centuries of examples at his back, is no wiser in knowledge than was his father Adam. Although Lucian was thus stricken mad after the irrational methods of Cupid, he had sufficient sense not to examine too minutely into the reasons for this sudden passion. He was in love, and admitting as much to himself, there was an end of all argument. The long lane of his youthful and loveless life had turned in another direction at the signpost of a woman's face, and down the new vista the lover saw flowering meadows, silver streams, bowers of roses, and all the landscapes of Arcadia. He was piping swain, and Diana a complacent shepherdess. But they had not yet entered into the promised Arcadia, and might never do so unless Diana was as kindly as he wished her to be. Lucian was in love with Diana, but as yet he could not flatter himself that she was in love with him. So he resolved to win her affection, if it was free to be bestowed, by doing her will, and her will was to revenge the death of her father. This was hardly a pleasant task to Lucian in his then peace with all the world frame of mind. But seeing no other way to gain a closer intimacy with the lady of his love, he took the bitter with the sweet, and set his shoulder to the wheel. The next morning, therefore, Lucian called on the landlord of number 13 and requested the keys of the house. But it appeared that these were not in the landlord's keeping at the moment. "I gave them to Mrs. Kebby, the charwoman," said Mr. Peacock, a retired grocer, who owned the greater part of the square. "The house is in such a state that I thought I'd have to clean it up a bit." "With a view to a possible tenant, I suppose?" "I don't know," replied Peacock, with a rueful shake of his bald head, "although I'm hoping against hope. But what with the murder and the ghost, there don't seem much chance of letting it. What might you be wanting in number 13, Mr. Denzil?" "I wish to examine every room, to find, if possible, a clue to this crime," explained Lucian, suppressing the fact that he was to have a companion. "You'll find nothing, sir. I've looked into every room myself." However, you'll find Mrs. Kebby cleaning up, and she'll let you in if you ring the bell. You aren't thinking of taking the house yourself, I suppose?" added Peacock wishfully. "No, thank you. My nerves are in good order just now. I don't want to upset them by inhabiting a house with so evil a reputation." "Ah, that's what everyone says," sighed the grocer. "I wish that Berwin or Vrain, or whatever he called himself, had chosen some other place to be killed in. I'm afraid people who meet with unexpected deaths can't arrange these little matters beforehand," said Lucian dryly, and walked away, leaving the unfortunate landlord still lamenting over his unlucky possession of a haunted and blood-stained mansion. Before going to number 13, Lucian walked down the street leading into Geneva Square, in order to meet Diana, who was due at 11 o'clock. Punctual as the barrister was, he found that Miss Vrain, in her impatience, was before him, for he arrived to see her dismiss her cab at the end of the street, and met her half-way down. His heart gave a bound as he saw her graceful figure, and he felt the hot blood rise to his cheeks as he advanced to meet her. Diana, quite unconscious of having, like her namesake, the moon, caused this springtide of the heart, could not forbear a glance of surprise, but greeted her coadjutor without embarrassment and with all friendliness. Her thoughts were too taken up with her immediate task of exploring the scene of the crime to waste time in conjecturing the reason of the young man's blushes. Yet the instinct of her sex might have told her the truth, and probably it would have, but it was blunted, or rather not exercised, by the reason of her preoccupation. "Have you the key, Mr. Denzil?" said she eagerly. "No, but I have seen the landlord, and he has given us permission to go over the house. A charwoman who is cleaning up the place will let us in." "A charwoman?" repeated Miss Vrain, stopping short. "And cleaning up the house? Is it, then, about to receive a new tenant?" "Oh no, but the landlord wishes it to be aired and swept, to keep it in some degree of order, I presume." "What is the name of this woman?" "Mrs. Kebby. The same mentioned in the newspaper reports as having waited on my unhappy father." "The same," replied Lucian, with some hesitation. "But I would advise you, Miss Vrain, not to question her too closely about your father." "Why not? Ah, I see. You think her answers about his drinking habits will give me pain. No matter, I am prepared for all that. I don't blame him so much as those who drove him to intemperance. Is this the house?" she said, looking earnestly at the neglected building before which they were standing. "Yes," replied Lucian, ringing the bell. "It was in this house that your father came to his untimely end. And here is Mrs. Kebby." That amiable crone had opened the door while the young man was speaking, and now stood eyeing her visitors with a blear-eyed look of dark suspicion. "What is it ye want?" she demanded, with a raven-like croak. "Mr. Peacock has given this lady and myself permission to go over the house," responded Lucian, trying to pass. "And how do I know if he did?" grumbled Mrs. Kebby, blocking the way. "Because I tell you so." "And because I am the daughter of Mr. Vrain," said Diana, stepping forward. "Lord love ye, miss, are ye?" croaked Mrs. Kebby, stepping aside. "And ye've come to look at your pa's blood, I'll be bound." Diana turned pale and shuddered, but controlling herself by an effort of will, she swept past the old woman and entered the sitting room. "Is this the place?" she asked Lucian, who was holding the door open. "That is it, miss," cried the charwoman, who had hobbled after them. "And yonder is the poor gentleman's blood. It's soaked right through the carpet," added Mrs. Kebby. "Lor, how it must have poured out!" "Hold your tongue, woman," said Lucian roughly, seeing that Diana looked as though about to faint. "Get on with your work." I'm going, it's upstairs I'm sweeping, growled the crone, retreating. You'll bring me to you if you give a holler. I'll show you round for a shilling. You shall have double if you leave us alone, said Lucian, pointing to the door. Mrs. Kebby's bleared eyes lighted up, and she leered amiably at the couple. I dessay it's worth 2 shillings, she said, chuckling hoarsely. Oh, but I'm not so old but what I don't know 2 turtle doves. He he, to kiss over ye father's blood. Locks, what a match 'twill be. He he he. Still laughing hoarsely, Mrs. Kebby, in the midst of her unholy joy, was pushed out of the door by Lucian, who immediately afterwards turned to see if Diana had overheard her ill-chosen and ominous words. But Miss Vrain, with a hard, white face, was leaning against the wall, and gave no sign of such knowledge. Her eyes were fixed on the dull-looking red stain of a dark hue, irregular in shape, and her hands the while were pressed closely against her bosom, as though she felt a cruel pain in her heart. With bloodless cheek and trembling lips the daughter looked upon the evidence of her father's death. Lucian was alarmed by her unnatural pallor. "Miss Vrain!" he exclaimed, starting forward, "you are ill. Let me lead you out of this house." "No," said Diana, waving him back. "Not till we examine every inch of it. Don't speak to me, please. I wish to use my eyes rather than my tongue." Denzil, both as a lover and a friend, respected this emotion of the poor young lady, so natural under the circumstances, and in silence conducted her from room to room. All were empty and still dusty, for Mrs. Kebby's broom swept sufficiently light, and the footfalls of the pair echoed hollowly in the vast spaces. Diana looked into every corner, examined every fireplace, attempted every window, but in no place could she find any extraneous objects likely to afford a clue to the crime. They went down into the basement and explored the kitchen, the servants' parlour, the scullery, and the pantry, but with the same unsatisfactory result. The kitchen door, which led out into the backyard, showed signs of having been lately opened, but when Diana drew Lucian's attention to this fact, as the murderer having possibly entered thereby, he assured her that it had only lately been opened by the detective Link, when he was searching for clues. "I saw this door," added Lucian, striking it with his cane, "a week before your father was killed. He showed it to me himself, to prove that no one could have entered the house during his absence, and I was satisfied then, from the rusty condition of the bolts and the absence of the key in the lock, that the door had not been opened, at all events during his tenancy." "Then how could those who killed him have entered? That is what I wish to learn, Miss Vrain. But why do you speak in the plural?" "Because I believe that Lydia and Ferruci killed my father." "But I have proved to you that Mrs. Vrain remained at Bath." "I know it," replied Diana quickly, "but she sent Ferruci up to kill my father, and I speak in the plural because I think, in a moral sense, she is as guilty as the Italian." "That may be, Miss Vrain, but as yet we have not proved their guilt." Diana made no answer, but, followed by Lucian, ascended to the upper part of the house, where they found Mrs. Kebby sweeping so vigorously that she had raised a kind of dust storm. As soon as she saw the couple, she hobbled towards them, to cajole them, if possible, into giving her money. For a few moments Diana looked at her haughtily, not relishing the familiarity of the old dame, but unexpectedly she stepped forward with a look of excitement. "Where did you get that ribbon?" she asked Mrs. Kebby, pointing to a scrap of personal adornment on the neck of the rusty old creature. "This?" croaked Mrs. Kebby. "I picked it up in the kitchen downstairs." "It's a pretty red and yeller thing, but of no value, miss, so I don't suppose you'll take it orf me." Paying no attention to this whimpering, Diana twitched the ribbon out of the old woman's hands and examined it. It was a broad yellow ribbon of rich silk spotted with red, very noticeably and evidently of a foreign manufacturer. "It is the same!" cried Diana, greatly excited. "Mr. Denzil, I bought this ribbon myself in Florence." "Well," said Lucian, wondering at her excitement, "and what does that prove?" "This, that a stiletto which my father bought in Florence, at the same time, has been used to kill him. I tied this ribbon myself round the handle of the stiletto." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 11. Further Discoveries. The silence which followed Diana's announcement regarding the ribbon and the stiletto, for Lucian kept silent out of sheer astonishment, was broken by the hoarse voice of Mrs. Kebby. "If you want the ribbon, miss, I'll not say no to a shilling. With what your good gentleman promised, that will be 3 as I'm ready to take." And Mrs. Kebby held out a dirty claw for the silver. "You'll sell it, will you?" cried out Diana indignantly, pouncing down on the harridan. "How dare you keep what isn't yours? If you had shown the detective this," shaking the ribbon in Mrs. Kebby's face, "he might have caught the criminal." "Pardon me," interposed Lucian, finding his voice. "I hardly think so, Miss Vrain, for no one but yourself could have told that the ribbon adorned the stiletto. Where did you see the weapon last?" "In the library at Berwin Manor. I hung it up on the wall myself, by this ribbon." "Are you sure it is the same ribbon?" "I am certain," replied Diana emphatically. "I cannot be mistaken. The colour and the pattern are both peculiar. Where did you find it?" she added, turning to Mrs. Kebby. "In the kitchen, I tell ye," growled the old lady sullenly. "I only found it this blessed morning. 'Twas in the dark corner near the door as leads down to the woodshed. How was I to know 'twas any good?" "Did you find anything else?" asked Lucian mildly. "No, I didn't, sir." "Not a stiletto?" demanded Diana, putting the ribbon in her pocket. "I don't know what's a stiletter, miss. I didn't find nothing, and I ain't a thief, though some people as sets themselves above others by taking ribbons as doesn't belong to them mayn't be much good." "The ribbon is not yours," said Diana haughtily. "Yes, it are. Finding is keeping with me," answered Mrs. Kebby. "Don't anger her," whispered Denzil, touching Miss Vrain's arm. "We may find her useful." Diana looked from him to the old woman, and opened her purse, at the sight of which Mrs. Kebby's sour face relaxed. When Miss Vrain gave her half a sovereign, she quite beamed with joy. "The blessing of heaven on you, my dear," she said with a curtsy. "Gold, good gold. Ah, this is a brave day's work for me. 13 blessed shillings." "10, you mean, Mrs. Kebby." "Oh no, sir!" cried Mrs. Kebby obsequiously. "The lady gave me 10, bless her heart! But you've quite forgot your 3." "I said 2." "Ah, so you did, sir. I'm a poor scholard at 'rithmetic." "You're clever enough to get money out of people," said Diana, who was disgusted at the avarice of the hag. "However, for the present you must be content with what I've given you. If, in cleaning this house, you find any other article Whatever it may be, you shall have another 10 shillings, on consideration that you take it at once to Mr. Denzil." Mrs. Kebby, who was tying up the piece of gold in the corner of her handkerchief, nodded her old head with much complacency. "I'll do it, miss. That is, if the gentleman will pay on delivery. I like cash." "You shall have cash," said Lucian, laughing; and then, as Diana intimated her intention of leaving the house, he descended the stairs in her company. Miss Vrain kept silent until they were outside in the sunshine, when she cast an upward glance at the warm blue sky, dappled with light clouds. "I am glad to be out of that house," she said, with a shudder. "There is something in its dark and freezing atmosphere which chills my spirits." "It is said to be haunted, you know," said Lucian carelessly. Then, after a pause, he spoke on the subject which was uppermost in his mind. "Now that you have this piece of evidence, Miss Vrain, what do you intend to do?" "Make sure that I have made no mistake, Mr. Denzil. I shall go down to Berwin Manor this afternoon. If the stiletto is still hanging on the library wall by its ribbon, I shall admit my mistake. If it is absent, why then I shall return to town and consult with you as to what is best to be done. You know I rely on you." "I shall do whatever you wish, Miss Vrain," said Lucian fervently. "It is very good of you," replied the lady gratefully, "for I have no right to take up your time in this manner." "You have every right. That is, I mean," stammered Denzil, thinking from the surprised look of Miss Vrain that he had gone too far at so early a stage of their acquaintance. "I mean that as a briefless barrister I have ample time at my command, and I shall only be too happy to place it and myself at your service. And moreover," he added in a lighter tone, "I have some selfish interest in the matter, also, for it is not every one who finds so difficult a riddle as this to solve. I shall never rest easy in my mind until I unravel the whole of this tangled skein." "How good you are!" cried Diana, impulsively extending her hand. "It is as impossible for me to thank you sufficiently now for your kindness as it will be to reward you hereafter, should we succeed." "As to my reward," said Lucian, retaining her hand longer than was necessary, "we can decide what I merit when your father's death is avenged." Diana coloured, and turned away her eyes, withdrawing her hand in the meantime from the too warm clasp of the young man. A sense of his meaning was suddenly borne in upon her by look and clasp, and she felt a maidenly confusion at the momentary boldness of this undeclared lover. However, with feminine tact she laughed off the hint, and shortly afterward took her leave, promising to communicate as speedily as possible with Lucian regarding the circumstances of her visit to Bath. The barrister wished to escort her back to the Royal John Hotel in Kensington, but Miss Vrain, guessing his feelings, would not permit this, so Lucian, hat in hand, was left standing in Geneva Square, while his divinity drove off in a prosaic hansom. With her went the glory of the sunlight, the sweetness of the spring, and Denzil, more in love than ever, sighed hugely as he walked slowly back to his lodgings. For doleful moods, hard work and other interests are the sole cure. Therefore, that same afternoon Lucian returned to explore the Silent House on his own account. It had struck him as suggestive that the parti-coloured ribbon to which Diana attached such importance should have been found in a so out-of-the-way corner as the threshold of the door which conducted to what Miss Kebby, with characteristic misrepresentation, called the woodshed. In reality, the place in question was a cellar, which extended under the soil of the back yard, and was lighted from the top by a skylight placed on a level with the ground. On being admitted by Mrs. Kebby, and sending that ancient female to her Augean task of cleansing the house, Lucian descended to the basement in order to examine kitchen and cellar more particularly. If, as Diana stated, the ribbon had been knotted loosely about the hilt of the stiletto, it must have fallen off unnoticed by the assassin when, weapon in hand, he was retreating from the scene of the crime. "He must have come down here from the sitting room," mused Denzil as he stood in the cool, damp kitchen. "And, as a ribbon was found by Mrs. Kebby near the yonder door, it is most probable that he left the kitchen by that passage for the cellar. Now it remains for me to find out how he made his exit from the cellar, and also I must look for the stiletto, which he possibly dropped in his flight, as he did the ribbon." While thus soliloquizing, Denzil lighted a candle which he had taken the precaution to bring with him for the purpose of making his underground explorations. Having thus provided himself with means to dispel the darkness, he stepped into the door, and descended the stone stairs which led to the cellars. At the foot of the steps he found himself in a passage running from the front to the back of the house, and forthwith turned to the right in order to reach the particular cellar, which was dug out in the manner of a cave under the back yard. This, as Lucian ascertained by walking round, was faced with stone, and had bins on all four sides for the storage of wine. Overhead there was a glass skylight, of which the glass was so dusty and dirty that only a few rays of light could struggle into the murky depths below. But what particularly attracted the attention of Denzil was a short wooden ladder lying on the stone pavement, and which probably was used to reach the wine in the upper bins. "And should I not be surprised if it had been used for another purpose," murmured Lucian, glancing upward at the square aperture of the skylight. It struck him as possible that a stranger could enter thereby and descend by the ladder. To test the truth of this, he reared the ladder in the middle of the cellar, so that its top rung rested against the lower edge of the square overhead. Ascending carefully, for the ladder was by no means stout, he pushed the glass frame upward, and found that it yielded easily to a moderate amount of strength. Climbing up, step after step, Lucian arose through the aperture like a genie out of the earth, and soon found that he could jump easily out of the cellar into the yard. "Good!" he exclaimed, much gratified by his discovery. "I now see how the assassin entered." No wonder the kitchen door was bolted and barred, and that no one was seen to visit Vrain by the front door. Anyone who knew the position of that skylight could obtain admission easily, at any hour, by descending the ladder and passing through the cellar and kitchen to the upper part of the house. So much is clear, but I must next discover how those who entered got into this yard. And, indeed, there seemed no outlet, for the yard was enclosed on three sides by a fence of palings the height of a man, and rendered impervious to damp by a coating of tar, on the fourth side by the house itself. Only over the fence, which was no insuperable obstacle, could a stranger have gained access to the yard, and towards the fence opposite to the house Lucian walked. In it there was no gate or opening of any kind, so it would appear that to come into the yard a stranger would need to climb over, a feat easily achieved by a moderately active man. As Denzil examined this frail barrier his eye was caught by a fluttering object on the left, that is, the side in a line with the skylight. This, he found, was a scrap of a woman's veil of thin black gauze spotted with velvet. At once his thoughts reverted to the shadow of the woman on the blind, and the suspicions of Diana Vrain. "Great heavens!" he thought. "Can that doll of a Lydia be guilty, after all?" Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 12. The Veil and its Owner. As may be surmised, Lucian was considerably startled by the discovery of this important evidence so confirmative of Diana's suspicions. Yet the knowledge which Link had gained relative to Mrs. Vrain's remaining at Berwin Manor to keep Christmas seemed to contradict the fact, and he could by no means reconcile her absence with the presence on the fence of the fragment of gauze, still less with the supposition that she must have climbed over a tolerably difficult obstacle to enter the yard, let alone the necessity, by no means easy to a woman, of descending into the disused cellar by means of a shaky and fragile ladder. After all, thought Lucian, when he was seated that same evening at his dinner, I am no more certain that the veil is the property of Mrs. Vrain than I am that she was the woman whose shadow I saw on the blind. Whosoever it was that gained entrance by passing over fence and through cellar must have come across the yard belonging to the house facing the other road. Therefore the person must be known to the owner of that house, and I must discover who the owner is. Miss Greeb will know. Lucian made this last remark with the greatest confidence, as he was satisfied, from a long acquaintance with his landlady, that there was very little concerning her own neighbourhood of which she was ignorant. The result verified his belief, for when Miss Greeb came in to clear the table, a duty she invariably undertook so as to have a chance of conversing with her admired lodger, she was able to afford him the fullest information on the subject. The position of the house in question, the name of its owner, the character of its tenants, she was thoroughly well posted up in every item, and willingly imparted her knowledge with much detail and comment. "Number 9 Jersey Street," said she, unhesitatingly. "That is the number of the house at the back of the haunted mansion, Mr. Denzil. I know it as well as I know my 10 fingers." "To whom does it belong?" asked Lucian. "Mr. Peacock. He owns most of the property round about here, having bought up the land when the place was first built on. He's 70 years of age, you know, Mr. Denzil," continued Miss Greeb conversationally, "and rich. Lord, I don't know how rich he is. Building houses cheap and letting them dear. He has made more out of that than in sanding his sugar and chicorying his coffee. He—" "What is the name of the tenant?" interrupted Lucian, cutting short this rapid sketch of Peacock's life. "Mrs. Bensusan, one of the largest women hereabouts." "I don't quite understand." "Fat, Mr. Denzil. She turns the scale at 18 stone, and has pretty well broke every weighing machine in the place." "What reputation has she, Miss Greeb?" "Oh, pretty good," said the little woman, shrugging her shoulders, "though they do say she overcharges and underfeeds her lodgers." "She keeps a boarding house, then?" "Well, she lets rooms," explained Mrs. Greeb in a very definite manner, "and those who live in them supply their own food, and pay for service and kitchen fire." "Who is with her now?" "No one," replied the landlady promptly. "She's had her bill up these last 3 months. Her last lodger left about Christmas." "What is his name? Or her name?" "Oh, it was a he," said Miss Greeb, smiling. "Mrs. Bensusan prefers gentlemen, who are out of doors all day, to ladies muddling and meddling all day about the house. I must say I do too, Mr. Denzil," ended the lady, with a fascinating glance. "What is his name, Miss Greeb?" repeated Lucian, quite impervious to the hint. "Let me see," said Miss Greeb, discomfited at the result of her failure. "A queer name that had to do with payments. Bill is the short for William. No, it wasn't that, although it does suggest an account. Quarter day? No. But it had something to do with quarter days. Rent," finished Miss Greeb triumphantly. "Rent, with a W before it." "Wrent," spelled Lucian. "Yes, Rent. Mr. Rent. A strange name, Mr. Denzil. A kind of charade, as I may say. He was with Mrs. Bensusan 6 months. Came to her house about the time Mr. Berwin hired number 13. "Very strange," assented Lucian, to stop further comment. What kind of a man was this Mr. Wrent?" "I don't know. I never heard much about him," replied Miss Greeb regretfully. "May I ask why you want to know all this, Mr. Denzil?" Lucian hesitated, as he rather dreaded the chattering tongue of his landlady, and did not wish his connection with the Vrain case to become public property in Geneva Square. Still, Miss Greeb was a valuable ally, if only for her wide acquaintance with the neighbourhood, its inhabitants, and their doings. Therefore, after a moment's reflection, he resolved to secure Miss Greeb as a coadjutor, and risk her excessive garrulity. "Can you keep a secret, Miss Greeb?" he asked, with impressive solemnity. Struck by his serious air, and at once on fire with curiosity to learn its reason, Miss Greeb loudly protested that she should sooner die than breathe the word of what her lodger was about to divulge. She hinted, with many a mysterious look and nod, that secrets endangering the domestic happiness of every family in the square were known to her, and appealed to the fact that such families still lived in harmony as a proof that she was to be trusted. "Wild horses wouldn't drag out of me what I know," cried Miss Greeb earnestly. "You can confide in me as you would in a—" She was about to say mother, but recollecting her juvenile looks, substituted the word sister. "Very good," said Lucian, explaining just as much as would serve his purpose. "Then I may tell you, Miss Greeb, that I suspect the assassin of Mr. Vrain entered through Mrs. Bensusan's house, and so got into the yard of number 13. "Lord!" cried Miss Greeb, taken by surprise. "You don't say, sir, that Mr. Wrent is a murdering villain, steeped in gore?" "No, no," replied Lucian, smiling at this highly coloured description. "Do not jump to conclusions, Miss Greeb. So far as I am aware, this Mr. Wrent you speak of is innocent. Do you know Mrs. Bensusan and her house well?" "I visited both several times, Mr. Denzil." "Well then, tell me," continued the barrister, "is the house built with a full frontage, like those in this square? I mean, to gain Mrs. Bensusan's backyard, is it necessary to go through Mrs. Bensusan's house?" "No," replied Miss Greeb, shutting her eyes to conjure up the image of her friend's premises. "You can go round the back, through the side passage which leads in from Jersey Road." Said Lucian in a dissatisfied tone. "That complicates matters." "How so, sir?" demanded the curious landlady. "Never mind just now, Miss Greeb. Do you think you could draw me a plan of this passage of Mrs. Bensusan's house, and of number 13, with the yards between?" "I never could sketch," said Miss Greeb regretfully, "and I am no artist, Mr. Denzil, but I think I can do what you want. Here is a sheet of paper and a pencil. Will you sketch me the houses as clearly as you can?" With much reflection and nibbling of the pencil, and casting of her eyes up to the ceiling to aid her memory, Miss Greeb in 10 minutes produced the required sketch. "There you are, Mr. Denzil," said Miss Greeb, placing this work of art before the barrister. "That's as good as I can draw." "It is excellent, Miss Greeb," replied Lucian, examining the plan. "I see that anyone can get into Mrs. Bensusan's yard through the side passage." "Oh yes, but I don't think a person could without being seen by Mrs. Bensusan or Rhoda." "Who is Rhoda?" "The servant. She's as sharp as a needle, but an idle slut for all that, Mr. Denzil. They say she's a gypsy of some kind." "Is the gate of this passage locked at night?" "Not that I know of." "Then what is to prevent anyone coming in under cover of darkness and climbing the fence? He would escape then being seen by the landlady and her servant." "I dare say, but he'd be seen climbing over the fence from the back windows of the houses on each side of number 13. "Not if he chose a dark night for the climbing." "Well, even if he did, how could he get into number 13? Argued Miss Greeb. "You know I've read the report of the case, Mr. Denzil, and it couldn't be found out, as the kitchen door was locked and no stranger entered the square, how the murdering assassin got in." "I may discover even that," replied Lucian, not choosing to tell Miss Greeb that he had already discovered the entrance. "With time and inquiry and observation we can do much. Thank you, Miss Greeb," he continued, slipping the drawing of the plan into his breast coat pocket. "I am much obliged for your information. Of course you'll repeat our conversation to no one." "I swear to breathe no word," said Miss Greeb dramatically, and left the room greatly pleased with this secret understanding, which had quite the air of an innocent intrigue such as was detailed in journals designed for the use of the family circle. For the next day or two Lucian mused over the information he had obtained, and made a fresh drawing of the plan for his own satisfaction. But he took no steps on this new evidence, as he was anxious to submit his discoveries to Miss Vrain before doing so. At the present time Diana was at Bath, taking possession of her ancestral acres, and consulting the family lawyer on various matters connected with the property. Once she wrote to Lucian, advising him that she had heard several pieces of news likely to be useful in clearing up the mystery, but these she refused to communicate save at a personal interview. Denzil was thus kept in suspense, and unable to rest until he knew precisely the value of Miss Vrain's newly acquired information. Therefore it was with a feeling of relief that he received a note from her, asking him to call at 3 o'clock on Sunday at the Royal John Hotel. Since her going and coming, a week had elapsed. Now that his divinity had returned and he was about to see her again, the sun shone once more in the heavens for Lucian, and he arrayed himself for his visit with the utmost care. His heart beat violently, and his colour rose as he was ushered into the little sitting room, and he thought less of the case at the moment than of the joy in seeing Miss Vrain once more, in hearing her speak, and watching her lovely face. On her part, Diana, recollecting their last meeting, or more particularly their parting, blushed in her turn, and gave her hand to the barrister with a new-born timidity. She also was inclined to like Lucian more than was reasonable for the peace of her heart. So these two people, each drawn to the other, should have come together as lovers even at this second meeting. But alas, for the prosaicness of this workaday world they had to assume the attitudes of lawyer and client, and discourse of crime instead of love. The situation was a trifle ironical, and must have provoked the laughter of the gods. "Well," asked Miss Vrain, getting to business as soon as Lucian was seated, "and what have you found out?" "A great deal likely to be of service to us. And you?" "I," replied Miss Vrain in a satisfied tone. "I have discovered that the stiletto with the ribbon is gone from the library." "Who took it away?" "No one knows. I can't find out, although I asked all the servants. But it has been missing from its place for some months." "Do you think Mrs. Vrain took it?" "I can't say," replied Diana. "But I have made one discovery about Mrs. Vrain which implicates her still more in the crime. She was not in Berwin Manor on Christmas Eve, but in town." "Really?" said Lucian, much amazed. "But Link was told that she spent Christmas in the Manor at Bath." "So she did. Link asked generally, and was answered generally. Mrs. Vrain went up to town on Christmas Eve and returned on Christmas Day. But," said Diana, with emphasis, "she spent the night in town, and on that night the murder was committed." Lucian produced his pocket-book, and took therefrom the fragment of gauze, which he handed to Diana. "I found this on the fence at the back of number 13, he said. "It is a veil, a portion of a velvet-spotted veil." "A velvet-spotted veil!" cried Diana, looking at it. "Then it belongs to Lydia Vrain. She usually wears velvet-spotted veils. Mr. Denzil, the evidence is complete. That woman is guilty." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 13. Gossip. Going by circumstantial evidence, Diana certainly had good grounds to accuse Mrs. Vrain of committing the crime, for there were 4 points at least which could be proved past all doubt as incriminating her strongly in the matter. In the first place, the female shadow on the blind seen by Lucian showed that a woman had been in the habit of entering the house by the secret way of the cellar, and during the absence of Vrain. Secondly, the finding of the parti-coloured ribbon in the silent house, which had been knotted round the handle of the stiletto by Diana, and the absence of the stiletto itself from its usual place on the wall of the Berwin Manor library, proved that the weapon had been removed therefrom to London, and presumably used to commit the deed, seeing that otherwise there was no necessity for its presence in the Geneva Square mansion. Thirdly, Diana had discovered that Lydia had spent the night of the murder in town, and lastly, she also declared that the fragment of gauze found by Lucian on the dividing fence was the property of Mrs. Vrain. This quartet of charges was recapitulated by Diana in support of her accusation of her stepmother. "I always suspected Lydia as indirectly guilty," she declared in concluding her speech for the prosecution, "but I was not certain until now that she had actually struck the blow herself." "But did she?" said Denzil, by no means convinced. "I do not know what further evidence you require to prove it," retorted Diana indignantly. "She was in town on Christmas Eve. She took the stiletto from the library, and—" "You can't prove that," interrupted Lucian decidedly. Then, seeing the look of anger on Diana's face, he hastened to apologize. "Excuse me, Miss Vrain," he said nervously. "I am not the less your friend because I combat your arguments. But in this case it is necessary to look on both sides of the question. Is it possible to prove that Mrs. Vrain removed this dagger?" "Nobody actually saw it in her possession," replied Diana, who was more amenable to reason than the majority of her sex. "But I can prove that the stiletto with its ribbon remained in the library after the departure of my father. If Lydia did not take it, who else had occasion to bring it up to London?" "Let us say Count Ferusi," suggested Denzil. Diana pointed to the fragment of the veil lying on the table. "On the evidence of that piece of gauze," she said, "it was Lydia who entered the house. Again, you saw her shadow on the window blind." "I saw two shadows," corrected Lucian hastily, "those of a man and a woman." "In plain English, Mr. Denzil, those of Mrs. Vrain and Count Ferusi." "We cannot be certain of that." "But circumstantial evidence—" "Is not always conclusive, Miss Vrain." "Upon my word, sir, you seem inclined to defend this woman." "Miss Vrain," said Lucian seriously, "if we don't give her the benefit of every doubt, the jury will, should she be tried on this charge. I admit that the evidence against this woman is strong, but it is not certain, and I argue the case looking at it from her point of view, the only view which is likely to be taken by her counsel. If Mrs. Vrain killed her husband she must have had a strong motive to do so." "Well," said Diana impatiently, "there is the assurance money." "I don't know if that motive is quite strong enough to justify this woman in risking her neck," responded the barrister. "As Mrs. Vrain of Berwin Manor she had an ample income, for your father seems to have left all the rents to her and spent but little on himself. Also she had an assured position, and on the whole a happy life. Why should she risk losing these advantages to gain more money?" "She wanted to marry Ferruci," said Diana, driven to another point of defence. "She was almost engaged to him before she married my foolish father. She invited him to Berwin Manor against the wish of her husband, and showed plainly that she loved him sufficiently to commit a crime for his sake. With my father dead, and she in possession of £20,000, she could hope to marry this Italian." "Can you prove that she was so reckless?" "Yes, I can," replied Miss Vrain defiantly. "The same person who told me that Lydia was not at Berwin Manor on Christmas Eve can tell you that her behaviour with Count Ferusi was the talk of Bath." "Who is this person?" asked Lucian, looking up. "A friend of mine, Miss Tyler. I brought her up with me so that you should get her information at first hand. You can see her at once." And Diana rose to ring the bell. "One moment," interposed Lucian before she could touch the button. "Tell me if Miss Tyler knows your reason for bringing her up." "I have not told her directly," said Diana, with some bluntness. "But as she is no fool, I fancy she suspects. Why do you ask?" "Because I have something to tell you which I do not wish your friend to hear, unless," added Lucian significantly, "you desire to take her into our confidence." "No," said Diana promptly. "I do not think it is wise to take her into our confidence. She is rather, well, to put it plainly, Mr. Denzil, rather a gossip." "Hm. As such, do you consider her evidence reliable?" "We can pick the grains of wheat out of the chaff. No doubt she exaggerates and garbles after the fashion of a scandal-loving woman, but her evidence is valuable, especially as showing that Lydia was not at Bath on Christmas Eve. We will tell her nothing, so she can suspect as much as she likes. If we do speak freely, she will spread the gossip, and if we don't, she will invent worse facts. So in either case it doesn't matter. What is it you have to tell me?" Lucian could scarcely forbear smiling at Diana's candidly expressed estimate of her ally's character, but, fearful of giving offence to his companion, he speedily composed his features. With much explanation, and an exhibition of Miss Greaves' plan, he gave an account of his discoveries, beginning with his visit to the cellar, and ending with the important conversation with his landlady. Diana listened attentively, and when he concluded, gave it as her opinion that Lydia had entered the first yard by the side passage, and had climbed over the fence into the second, "as is clearly proved by the veil," she concluded decisively. "But why should she take all that trouble and run the risk of being seen when it is plain that your father expected her?" "Expected her!" cried Diana, thunderstruck. "Impossible!" "I don't know so much about that," replied Lucian dryly, "although I admit that on the face of it my assertion appears improbable. But when I met your father the second time he was so anxious to prove, by letting me examine the house, that no one had entered it during its absence, then I am certain he was well aware the shadows I saw were those of people he knew were in the room. Now, if the woman was Mrs. Vrain, she must have been in the habit of visiting your father by the back way." "And Ferruci also?" "I am not sure if the male shadow was Ferruci, no more than I am certain the other was Mrs. Vrain." "But the veil?" Lucian shrugged his shoulders in despair. "That seems to prove it was she," he said dubiously, "but I can't explain your father's conduct in receiving her in so secretive a way. The whole thing is beyond me." "Well, what is to be done?" said Diana, after a pause, during which they looked blankly at one another. "I must think. My head is too confused just now with this conflicting evidence to plan any line of action. As a relief, let us examine your friend and hear what she has to say." Diana assented, and touched the bell. Shortly Miss Tyler appeared, ushered in by a nervous waiter, to whom it would seem she had addressed a sharp admonition on his want of deference. Immediately on entering, she pounced down on Mrs. Vrain like a hawk on a dove, pecked her on both cheeks, addressed her as "my dearest Di," and finally permitted herself, with downcast eyes and a modest demeanour, to be introduced to Lucian. It might be inferred from the foregoing description that Miss Tyler was a young and ardent damsel in her teens, whereas she was considerably nearer 40 than 30, and possessed an uncomely aspect unpleasing to male eyes. Her own were of a cold grey, her lips were thin, her waist pinched in, and, as the natural consequence of tight lacing, her nose was red. Her scanty hair was drawn off her high forehead very tightly, and screwed into a cast-iron knob at the nape of her long neck, and she smiled occasionally in an acid manner, with many teeth. She wore a plainly made green dress, with a Toby frill, and a large silver cross dangled on her flat bosom. Altogether she was about as venomous a specimen of an unappropriated blessing as can well be imagined. "Bella," said Miss Vrain to this unattractive female, "for certain reasons, which I may tell you hereafter, Mr. Denzil wishes to know if Mrs. Vrain was at Berwin Manor on Christmas Eve." "Of course she was not, dearest Di," said Bella, drooping her elderly head on one scraggy shoulder, with an acid smile. "Didn't I tell you so? I was asked by Lydia, alas, I wish I could say my dearest Lydia, to spend Christmas at Berwin Manor. She invited me for my singing and playing, you know, and as we all have to make ourselves agreeable, I came to see her. On the day before Christmas she received a letter by the early post which seemed to upset her a great deal, and told me she would have to run up to town on business. She did, and stayed all night, and came down next morning to keep Christmas. I thought it very strange." "What was her business in town, Miss Tyler?" asked Lucian. "Oh, she didn't tell me," said Bella, tossing her head, "at least not directly. But I gathered from what she said that something was wrong with poor dear Mr. Klein. Her father, you know, dearest Di." "Was the letter from him?" "Oh, I couldn't say that, Mr. Denzil, as I don't know, and I never speak by hearsay. So much mischief is done in the world by people repeating idle tales of which they are not sure." "Was Count Ferusi at Berwin Manor at the time?" "Oh, dear me, no, Di. I told you that he was up in London the whole of Christmas week. I only hope," added Miss Tyler, with a venomous smile, "that Lydia did not go up to meet him." "Why should she?" demanded Lucian bluntly. "Oh, I'm not blind," cried Bella, shrilly laughing. "No, indeed. The Count, a most amiable man, was very attentive to me at one time, and Lydia, a married woman, I regret to say, did not like him being so. I am indeed sorry to repeat scandal, Mr. Denzil, but the way in which Mrs. Vrain behaved towards me and carried on with the Count was not creditable. I am a gentlewoman, Mr. Denzil, and a churchwoman, and as such cannot countenance such conduct as his." "You infer, then, that Mrs. Vrain was in love with the Italian?" "I shouldn't be at all surprised to hear it," cried Bella again. "But he did not care for her. Oh dear, no. It is my belief, Mr. Denzil, that Mrs. Vrain knows more about the death of her husband than she chooses to admit. Oh, I've read all the papers. I know all about the death." "Miss Tyler," said Lucian, alarmed. "Bella," cried Miss Vrain, "Oh, I'm not blind, dearest," interrupted Bella, speaking very fast. "I know you ask me these questions to find out if Lydia killed her husband. Well, she did." "How do you know, Miss Tyler?" "Because I'm sure of it, Mr. Denzil. Wasn't Mr. Vrain stabbed with a dagger? Very well, then. There was a dagger hanging in the library of the manor, and I saw it there 4 days before Christmas. When I looked for it on Christmas Day, it was gone." "Gone? "Who took it?" "Mrs. Vrain." "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am," snapped Miss Tyler. "I didn't see her take it, but it was there before she went, and it wasn't there on Christmas Day. If Lydia did not take it, who did?" "Count Ferruci, perhaps." "He wasn't there. No!" cried Bella, raising her head. "I'm sure Mrs. Vrain stole it and killed their husband, and I don't care who hears me say so." Diana and Lucian looked at one another in silence. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by G. Solgaard. The Silent House by Fergus, Hume. Chapter 14. The House in Jersey Street. As her listeners made no comment on Miss Taylor's accusation of Mrs. Vrain, she paused only for a moment to recover her breath, and was off again in full cry with a budget of ancient gossip drawn from a very retentive memory. "Of the way in which Lydia treated her poor dear husband I know little," cried the fair Bella, "only this, that she drove him out of the house by her scandalous conduct. Yes, indeed. Although you may not believe me, Di. You were away in Australia at the time, but I kept a watch on Lydia in your interest, dear, and our housemaid heard from your housemaid the most dreadful things. Why, Mr. Vrain remonstrated with Lydia and ordered Count Ferruci out of the house, but Lydia would not let him go, and Mr. Vrain left the house himself." "Where did he go to, Miss Tyler?" "I don't know. Nobody knows. But it is my opinion," said the spinster, with a significant look, "that he went to London to see about a divorce. But he was weak in the head, poor man, and I suppose let things go on. When next I heard of him, he was a corpse in Geneva Square." "But did my father tell his wife that he was in Geneva Square?" "Dearest Di, I can't say, but I don't believe he had anything to do with her after he left the house." "Then if she did not know his whereabouts, how could she kill him?" asked Denzil pertinently. Brought to a point which she could not evade, Bella declined to answer this question, but tossed her head and bit her lip with a fine colour. All her accusations of Mrs. Vrain had been made generally, and, as Lucy noted, were unsupported by fact. From a legal point of view, this spiteful gossip of a jealous woman was worth nothing, but in a broad sense it was certainly useful in showing the discord which had existed between Vrain and his wife. Lucian saw that little good was to be gained from this prejudiced witness, so thanking Miss Tyler cautiously for her information, he arose to go. "Wait for a moment, Mr. Denzil," said Diana hurriedly. "I want to ask you something. Bella, would you mind leaving the room?" "Oh dear no," burst out Miss Tyler, annoyed at being excluded. "I've said all I have to say, and anything I can do, dearest Di, to assist you and Mr. Denzil in hanging that woman, I—" "Miss Tyler," interrupted Lucian sternly, "you must not speak so wildly, for as yet there is nothing to prove that Mrs. Vrain is guilty." "She's guilty enough for me, Mr. Denzil, but like all men I suppose you take her side because she's supposed to be pretty." "Pretty," reflected Bella scornfully. "I never could see it myself. A painted up minx, dragged up from the gutter. I wonder at your taste, Mr. Denzil. Indeed I do. Pretty, the idea. What fools men are. I'm glad I never married one. Indeed no, ha ha." And with a shrill laugh to point this sour grape sentiment, and mark her disdain for Lucian, the fair Bella took herself and her lean form out of the room. Diana and the barrister were too deeply interested in their business to take much notice of Bella's hysterical outburst, but looked at one another gravely as she departed. "Well, Mr. Denzil," said the former, repeating her earlier question, "what is to be done now? Shall we see Mrs. Vrain?" "Not yet," replied Lucian quickly. "We must secure proofs of Mrs. Vrain's being in that yard before we can get any confession out of her. If you will leave it in my hands, Miss Vrain, I shall call on Mrs. Bensusan." "Who is Mrs. Bensusan?" "She is a tenant of the house in Jersey Street. It is possible that she or her servant may know something about the illegal use made of the right way." "Yes, I think that is the next step to take. But what am I to do in the meantime?" "Nothing. If I were you, I would not even see Mrs. Vrain." "I will not seek her voluntarily," replied Diana. but as I have been to Berwin Manor, she is certain to hear that I am in England, and may perhaps find out my address and call. But if she does, you may be sure that I will be most judicious in my remarks." "I leave all that to your discretion," said Denzil, rising. "Good-bye, Miss Vrain. As soon as I am in possession of any new evidence, I shall call again." "Good-bye, Mr. Denzil, and thank you for all your kindness." Diana made this remark with so kindly a look, so becoming a blush, and so warm a pressure of the hand, that Lucian felt quite overcome, and not trusting himself to speak, walked swiftly out of the room. In spite of the gravity of the task in which he was concerned, at that moment he thought more of Diana's looks and speech than of the detective business which he had taken up for love's sake. But on reaching his rooms in Geneva Square, he made a mighty effort to waken from these daydreams, and with a stern determination addressed himself resolutely to the work in hand. In this case the bitter came before the sweet, but by accomplishing the desire of Diana and solving the mystery of her father's death, Lucian hoped to win not only her smiles, but the more substantial reward of her heart and hand. Before calling on Mrs. Bensusan, the barrister debated within himself as to whether it would not be judicious to call in again the assistance of Link, and, by telling him of the new evidence which had been found, place him thereby in possession of new material to prosecute the case. But Link lately had taken so pessimistic a view of the matter that Lucian fancied he would scoff at his late discoveries, and discourage him in prosecuting what seemed to be a fruitless quest. Denzil was anxious, as Diana's knight, to do as much of the work as possible in order to gain the reward of her smiles. It is true that he had no legal authority to make these inquiries, and it was possible that Mrs. Bensusan might refuse to answer questions concerning her own business, unsanctioned by law, but on recalling the description of Miss Greeb, Lucian fancied that Mrs. Bensusan, as a fat woman, might only be good-natured and timid. He therefore dismissed all ideas of asking Link to intervene, and resolved to risk a personal interview with a tenant of the Jersey Street house. It would be time enough to invite Link's assistance, he thought, when Mrs. Bensusan, as yet an unknown quantity in the case, proved obstinate in replying to his questions. Mrs. Bensusan proved to be quite as stout as Miss Greeb had reported. A gigantically fat woman, she made up in breadth what she lacked in length. Yet she seemed to have some activity about her too, for she opened the door personally to Lucian, who was quite amazed when he beheld her monstrous bulk blocking up the doorway. Her face was white and round like a pale moon. She had staring eyes of china blue, resembling the vacant optics of a wax doll, and on the whole appeared to be a timid, lymphatic woman, likely to answer any questions put to her in a sufficiently peremptory tone. Lucian foresaw that he was not likely to have much trouble with this mountain of flesh. "What might you be pleased to want, sir?" she asked Lucian in the meekest of voices. "Is it about the lodgings?" "Yes," answered the barrister boldly, for he guessed that Mrs. Bensusan would scuttle back into the house like a rabbit to its burrow, did he speak too plainly at the outset. "That is, I wish to inquire about a friend of mine." "Did he lodge here, sir?" "Yes, a Mr. Wrent." "Deary me," said the fat woman, with mild surprise. "Mr. Wrent left me shortly after Christmas. A kind gentleman, but timid. He—" "Excuse me," interrupted Lucian, who wanted to get into the house, "but don't you think you could tell me about my friend in a more convenient situation?" "Oh yes, sir, certainly, sir," wheezed Mrs. Bensusan, rolling back up the narrow passage. "I beg your pardon, sir, for my forgetfulness, but my head ain't what it ought to be. I'm a lone widow, sir, and not overstrung." Denzil could laugh at this description, as the latest bulk gave the lie to her assertion. However, on diplomatic grounds he suppressed his mirth, and followed his ponderous guide into a sitting room so small that she almost filled it herself. As he left the passage, he saw a brilliant red head pop down the staircase leading to the basement, but whether it was that of a man or a woman he could not say. Still, on recalling Miss Greeb's description of the Bensusan household, he concluded that the redhead was the property of Rhoda, the sharp servant, and argued from her appearance in the background and rapid disappearance that she was in the habit of listening to conversations she was not meant to hear. Mrs. Bensusan sat down on the sofa, as being most accommodating to her bulk, and cast a watery look around the small apartment, which was furnished in that extraordinary fashion which seems to be the peculiar characteristic of boarding houses. The walls and carpet were patterned with glowing bunches of red roses. The furniture was covered with stamped red velvet. The ornaments consisted of shells, wax fruit under glass shades, mats of Berlin wool, vases with dangling pendants of glass, and such like elegant survivals of the early Victorian epoch. Hideous as the apartment was, it seemed to afford Mrs. Bensusan also a survival, great pleasure, and she cast a complacent look around as Lucian seated himself on an uncomfortable chair covered with an antimacassar of croquet work. "My rooms are most comfortable and much liked," said Mrs. Bensusan, sighing, "but I have not had many lodgers lately. Rhoda thinks it must be on account of that horrible murder." "The murder of Vrain in number 13? Ah!" groaned the fat woman, looking tearfully over her double chin. "I see you have heard of it." "Everybody has heard of it," replied Lucian, "and I was one of the first to hear, since I live in Miss Greep's house opposite number 13. "Indeed, sir," grunted Mrs. Bensusan, stiffening a little at the sound of a rival lodging-house keeper's name. "Then you are Mr. Denzil, the gentleman who occupies Miss Greep's first-floor front?" "Yes, and I've come to ask you a few questions." "About what, sir?" said Mrs. Bensusan, visibly alarmed. "Concerning Mr. Wrent. You are a friend of his?" "I said so, Mrs. Bensusan, but as a matter of fact I never set eyes on the gentleman in my life." Mrs. Bensusan gasped like a fish out of water, and patted her fat breast with her fat hand as though to give herself courage. "It is not like a gentleman to say that another gentleman's his friend when he ain't," she said with an attempt at dignity. "Very true," answered Lucian with great composure, "but you know the saying, 'all is fair in love and war.' I will be plain with you, Mrs. Bensusan," he added. "I am here to seek possible evidence in connection with the murder of Mr. Vrain in number 13 on Christmas Eve." Mrs. Bensusan gave a kind of hoarse screech, and stared at Lucian in a horrified manner.
Murder, she repeated. Lord, what that murder, Mr. Vrain, that murder, she repeated over and over again.
"Yes, the murder of Mr. Vrain in number 13 Geneva Square on Christmas Eve. Now do you understand?" With another gasp Mrs. Bensusan threw up her fat hands and raised her eyes to the ceiling. "As I am a Christian woman, sir," she cried, "I am as innocent as a babe unborn." "Of what?" asked Lucian sharply. "Of the murder," wept Mrs. Bensusan, now dissolved in tears. "Rhoda said—" "I don't want to hear what Rhoda said," interrupted Lucian impatiently, "and I'm not accusing you of the murder, but your house is at the back of number 13. "Yes," replied Mrs. Bensusan, weeping like a Niobe, "and a fence divides your yard from that of number 13. I won't contradict you, sir, it do." "And there is a passage leading from Jersey Street into your yard?" "There is, Mr. Denzil. It's useful for the tradespeople." "And I dare say useful to others," said Lucian dryly. "Now, Mrs. Bensusan, do you know if any lady was in the habit of passing through that passage at night?" Before Mrs. Bensusan could answer, the door was dashed open, and Rhoda, the red-headed, darted into the room. "Don't answer, missus," she cried shortly. "As you love me, ma'am, don't." End of chapter 14. Recording by G. Solgard.
Chapter 15 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 15. Rhoda and the Cloak. The one servant of Mrs. Bensusan was a girl of 17, who had a local fame in the neighbourhood on account of her sharp tongue and many precocious qualities. No one knew who her parents were, or where the fat landlady had picked her up, but she had been in the Jersey Street house some 10 years, and had been educated and, in a manner, adopted by its mistress, although Mrs. Bensusan always gave her cronies to understand that Rhoda was simply and solely the domestic of the establishment. Nevertheless, for one of her humble positions, she had a wonderful power over her stout employer, the power of a strong mind over a weak one, and in spite of her youth it was well known that Rhoda managed the domestic economy of the house. Mrs. Bensusan was the sovereign, Rhoda the prime minister. This position she had earned by dint of her own sharpness in dealing with the world, and the local tradesmen were afraid of Rhoda. Mrs. Bensusan's devil, they called her, and never dared to give short weight or charge extra prices or pass off damaged goods as new, when Rhoda was the purchaser. On the contrary, number 9 Jersey Street was supplied with everything of the best, promptly and civilly, at ordinary market rates, for neither butcher nor baker nor candlestick maker was daring enough to risk Rhoda's tongue raging like a prairie fire over their shortcomings. Several landladies, knowing Rhoda's value, had tried to entice her from Mrs. Bensusan by offers of higher wages and better quarters, but the girl refused to leave her stout mistress, and so continued quite a fixture of the lodgings. Even in the city, Rhoda had been spoken of by clerks who had lived in Jersey Street, and so had more than a local reputation for originality. This celebrated handmaid was as lean as her mistress was stout. Her hair was magnificent in quality and quantity, but alas, was of the unpopular tint called red, not auburn or copper-hued or the famous Titian colour, but a blazing fiery red which made it look like a comic wig. Her face was pale and freckled, her eyes black, in strange contrast to her hair, and her mouth large, but garnished with an excellent set of white teeth. Rhoda was not neat in her attire, perhaps not having arrived at the age of coquetry, for she wore a dingy grey dress much too short for her, a pair of carpet slippers which had been left by a departed lodger, and usually went about with her sleeves tucked up and a resolute look on her sharp face. Such was the appearance of Mrs. Bensusan's devil, who entered to forbid her mistress confiding in Lucian. "Oh, Rhoda," groaned Mrs. Bensusan, "you bad girl, I believe as you've 'ad your ear to the keyhole." "I have," retorted Rhoda defiantly. "It's been there for 5 minutes, and it's good it is for you, mum, as I ain't above listening." "What do you mean, sir?" she cried, turning on Lucian like a fierce sparrow, "by coming 'ere to frighten 2 lone females, and her as innocent as a spring chicken?" "Oh!" said Lucian, looking at her composedly, "so you are the celebrated Rhoda. I've heard of you." "Not much good, then, sir, if Miss Greeb was talking," rejoined the red-haired girl with a sniff. "Oh, I know her." "Rhoda, Rhoda," bleated her mistress, "do hold your tongue. I tell you this gentleman's a police." "He ain't," said the undaunted Rhoda. "He's in the law." "Oh, I knows him." "Ain't the law the police, you foolish gal?" "Of course it—" began Rhoda, when Lucian, who thought that she had displayed quite sufficient eccentricity, cut her short with a quick gesture. "See here, my girl," he said sharply, "you must not behave in this fashion. I have reason to believe that the assassin of Mr. Vrain entered the house through the premises of your mistress." "Lawks, what a 'orrible idear!" shrieked Mrs. Bensusan. "Good 'eavens, Rhoda, did you see the murdering villain?" "Me? No, I never sawr nothin', mum," replied Rhoda doggedly. Lucian, watching the girl's face and the uneasy expression in her eyes, felt convinced she was not telling the truth. It was no use forcing her to speak, as he saw very plainly that Rhoda was one of those obstinate people whom severity only hardened. Much more could be done with her by kindness, and Denzil adopted this, to him, more congenial course. "If Rhoda is bound by any promise, Mrs. Bensusan, I do not wish her to speak," he said indifferently. "But in the interest of justice I am sure you will not refuse to answer my questions." "Lord, sir, I know nothing," whimpered the terrified landlady. "Will you answer a few questions?" asked Denzil persuasively. Mrs. Bensusan glanced in a scared manner at Rhoda, who, meanwhile, had been standing in a sullen and hesitating attitude. When she thought herself unobserved, she stole swift glances at the visitor, trying evidently to read his character by observation of his face and manner. It would seem that her scrutiny was favourable, for before Mrs. Bensusan could answer Lucian's question, she asked him one herself. "What do you want to know, sir?" "I want to know all about Mr. Wrent." "Why?" "Because I fancy he has something to do with this crime." "Lord!" groaned Mrs. Bensusan. "Have I waited on a murderer?" "I don't say he is the murderer, Mrs. Bensusan, but he knows something likely to put us on the track of the criminal." "What makes ye take up the case?" demanded Rhoda sharply. "Because I know that Mr. Wrent came to board in this house shortly after Mr. Vrain occupied number 13, replied Denzil. "Who says he did?" "Miss Greeb, my landlady, and she also told me that he left here 2 days after the murder." "That's as true," cried Mrs. Bensusan. "Ain't it, Rhoda? We lost him 'cause he said he couldn't abide living near a house where a crime had been committed." "Well, then," continued Lucian, seeing that Rhoda, without speaking, continued to watch him, "the coincidence of Mr. Wrent's stay with that of Mr. Vrain's strikes me as peculiar." "You are a sharp one, you are," said Rhoda, with an approving nod. "Look here, Mr. Denzil, would you break a promise?" "That depends on what the promise was." "It was one I made to hold my tongue." "About what?" "Several things," said the girl shortly. "Have they to do with this crime?" asked Lucian eagerly. "I don't know. I can't say," said Rhoda. Then suddenly her face grew black. "I'll tell you what, sir. I hate Mr. Wrent," she declared. "Oh, Rhoda!" cried Mrs. Bensusan. "After the lovely cloak he gave you!" The red-haired girl looked contemptuously at her mistress, then, without a word, darted out of the room. Before Lucian could conjecture the reason of her strange conduct, or Mrs. Bensusan could get her breath again, a very difficult operation for her, Rhoda was back with the blue cloth cloak, lined with rabbit skin, hanging over her arm. This she threw down at the feet of Lucian, and stamped on it savagely with the carpeted slippers. "There's his present!" she cried angrily. "But I wish I could dance on him the same way. I wish I could hang him!" "Can you?" demanded Lucian swiftly, taking her in a moment of wrath, when she seemed disposed to speak. "No," said Rhoda shortly, "I can't." "Do you think he killed Mr. Vrain?" "No, I don't." "Do you know who did?" "Blest if I do." "Does Mr. Wrent?" asked Denzil meaningly. The girl wet her finger and went through a childish game. "That's wet," she said. Then, wiping the finger on her dingy skirt, "that's dry. Cut my throat if I tell a lie. Ask me something easier, Mr. Denzil." "I don't understand you," said Lucian, quite puzzled. "Rhoda, Rhoda, have you gone crazy?" wailed Mrs. Bensusan. "Look here," said the girl, taking no notice of her mistress. "Do you want to know about Mr. Wrent?" "Yes, I do." "And about that side passage as you talked of to the missus?" "Yes." Then I'll answer your questions, sir. You know all I know." "Very good," said Lucian, with an approving smile. "Now you are talking like a sensible girl. Rhoda, you ain't going to talk bad of Mr. Wrent?" "It ain't bad and it ain't good," replied Rhoda. "It's betwixt and between." "Well, I must hear all. I don't want the character of the house took away," said Mrs. Bensusan, with an attempt at firmness. "That's all right," rejoined Rhoda reassuringly. "You can join in yourself when you like. Fire away, Mr. Denzil." "Who is Mr. Wrent?" asked Lucian, going straight to the point. "I don't know," replied Rhoda, and henceforth the examination proceeded as though the girl were in the witness box and Lucian counsel for the prosecution. Question: When did he come to Jersey Street? Answer: At the end of July last year. Question: When did he go away? Answer: The morning after Boxing Day. Question: Can you describe his appearance? Answer: He was of middle height, with a fair complexion, white hair, and a white beard growing all over his face. He was untidy about his clothes, and kept a good deal to his own room among a lot of books. I don't think he was quite right in his head. Question: Did he pay his rent regularly? Answer: Yes, except when he was away. He would go away for a week at a time. Question: Was he in the house on Christmas Eve? Answer: Yes, sir. He came back 2 days before Christmas. Question: Where had he been? Answer: I don't know. He did not say. Question: Did he have any visitors? Answer: He did. A tall, dark man and a lady. Question: What was the lady like? Answer: A little woman. I never saw her face, as she always kept her veil down. Question: What kind of veil did she wear? Answer: A black gauze veil with velvet spots. Question: Did she come often to see Mr. Wrent? Answer: Yes, 4 or 5 times. Question: When did she call last? Answer: On Christmas Eve. Question: At what hour? Answer: She came at 7 and went away at 8. I know that because she had supper with Mr. Wrent. Question: Did she leave the house? Answer: I let her out myself. Question: Did you ever hear any conversation between them? Answer: No, Mr. Wrent took care of that. I never got any chance of listening at keyholes with him. He was a sharp one, for all his craziness. Question: What was the male visitor like? Answer: He was tall and dark, with a black moustache. Question: Do you think he was a foreigner? Answer: I don't know. I never heard him speak. Mr. Wrent let him out, as usual. Question: When did he visit Mr. Wrent last? Answer: On Christmas Eve. He came with the lady. Question: Did he stay to supper also? Answer: No. He went away at 7:30. Mr. Wrent let him out, as usual. Question: Did he go away altogether? Answer: I'm not sure. Here the witness hesitated. Question: Why did Mr. Wrent give you the cloak? Answer: To make me hold my tongue about the dark man. Question: Why? Answer: Because I saw him in the backyard. Question: On what night? Answer: On the night of Christmas Eve, about 8:30. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 16. Mrs. Vrain at Bay. "You saw the dark man in the backyard on Christmas Eve," repeated Lucian, much surprised by his discovery. "Yes, I did," replied Rhoda decisively. "At 8:30. I went out into the yard to put some empty bottles into the shed, and I saw the man standing near the fence, looking at the back of number 13. When he heard me coming out, he rushed past me and out by the side passage. The moon was shining, and I saw him as plain as plain." "Did he seem afraid?" "Yes, he did, and didn't want to be seen either. I told Mr. Wrent, and he promised me a cloak if I held my tongue. He said the dark man was waiting in the yard until the lady had gone, when he was coming in again. But the lady, you say, went on at 8, and you saw the man half an hour later." "That's it, sir. He told me a lie, for he never came in again to see Mr. Wrent." "But already the dark man had seen the lady." "Yes. He came in with her at 7, and went away at 1/2 past." Lucian mechanically stooped down and picked up the fur cloak. He was puzzled by the information given by Rhoda, and did not exactly see what use to make of it. Going by the complexion of the man who had lurked in the backyard, it would appear that he was Count Ferusi, while the small stature of the woman, and the fact that she wore a velvet spotted veil, indicated that she was Lydia Vrain. Also, the pair had been in the vicinity of the haunted house on the night of the murder, and, although it was true both were out of the place by 8:30, yet they might not have gone far, but had probably returned later, when Rhoda and Mrs. Bensusan were asleep, to murder Vrain between the hours of 11 and 12 on the same night. This was all plain enough, but Lucian was puzzled by the account of Mr. Wrent. Who, he asked himself repeatedly, who was this grey-haired, white-bearded man who had so often received Lydia, who had on Christmas Eve silenced Rhoda regarding Ferusi's presence in the yard, by means of the cloak, and who, it would seem, possessed the key to the whole mystery? Rhoda could tell no more but that he had stayed 6 months with Mrs. Bensusan, and had departed 2 days after the murder, whereby it would seem that his task having been completed, he had no reason to remain longer in so dangerous a neighbourhood. Yet 4 months had elapsed since his departure, and Denzil, after some reflection, asked Mrs. Bensusan a question or two regarding this interval. "Has Mr. Wrent returned here since his departure?" he demanded. "Lawks, no, sir," wheezed Mrs. Bensusan, shaking her head. "I've never set eyes upon him since he went. Have you, Rhoda?" Whereat the girl shook her head also, and watched Lucian with an intensity of gaze which somewhat discomposed him. "Did he owe you any money when he went, Mrs. Bensusan?" "No, sir. He paid up like a gentleman. I always thought well of Mr. Wrent." "Rhoda doesn't seem to share your sentiments," said Denzil dryly. "No, I don't," cried the servant, frowning. "I hate Mr. Wrent." "Why do you hate him?" "Never you mind, sir," retorted Rhoda grimly. "I hated him." "Yet he bought you a cloak." "No, he didn't," contradicted the girl. "He got it from the lady." "What!" cried Lucian sharply. "Are you sure of that?" "I can't exactly swear to it," replied Rhoda, hesitating, "but it was this way. The lady wore a cloak like that, and I admired it awful. She had it on when she came, Christmas Eve, and she didn't wear it when I let her out, and the next day Mr. Wrent gave it to me. So I suppose it is the same cloak." "And did the lady go out into the cold winter weather without the cloak?" "Yes, but she had a long cloth jacket on, sir, and I don't suppose she missed it." Was the lady agitated when she went out? I don't know. She held her tongue and kept her veil down. Can you tell me anything more? Asked Lucian, anxious to make the examination as exhaustive as possible. No, Mr. Denzil, answered Rhoda, after some thought. I can't, except that Mr. Wrent, long before Christmas, promised me a present, and gave me the cloak then. Will you let me take this cloak away with me? If you like, replied Rhoda carelessly. I don't want it. Oh, Rhoda, wailed Mrs. Bensusan, your lovely, lovely rabbit skin. I'll bring it back again, said Lucian hastily. I only want to use it as evidence. Ye want to know who the lady is? Said Rhoda sharply. Yes, I do. Can you tell me? No, but you'll find out from that cloak, I guess, why you're taking it. You are very sharp, Rhoda, said Lucian, rising with a good-humoured smile, and well deserve your local reputation. If I find Mr. Wrent, I may require you to identify him, and Mrs. Bensusan also. I'll be able to do that, but Mrs. hasn't her eyes much. Hasn't her eyes? Repeated Denzil, with a glance at Mrs. Bensusan's staring orbs. Lawks, sir, I'm short-sighted, though I never lets on. Rhoda, how can you have let on to the gentleman as I'm deficient? As to knowing Mr. Wrent, I do so well enough, said Mrs. Bensusan, tossing her head, with his long white beard and white head, let alone his black velvet skull-cap. Oh, he wore a skull-cap? Only indoors, said Rhoda sharply. But here I'm holding the door wide, sir, so if you've done, we're done. I'm done, as you call it, for the present, replied Denzil, putting on his hat, but I may come again. In the meantime, hold your tongues. Silence on this occasion will be gold. Speech won't even be silver. Mrs. Bensusan laughed at this speech in a fat and comfortable sort of way, while Rhoda grinned, and escorted Lucian to the front door. She looked so uncanny, with her red hair and black eyes, that the barrister could not forbear a question. Are you English, my girl? No, I ain't, retorted Rhoda emphatically. I am of a gentile Romany. A gypsy. So you Gorgios call us, replied the girl, and shut the door with what seemed to be unnecessary violence. Lucian went off with the cloak over his arm, somewhat discomposed by this last piece of information. A gypsy, he repeated. Can good come out of Nazareth? I don't trust that girl much. If I knew why she hates Wrent, I'd be much more satisfied with her information. And who the deuce is Wrent? Lucian had occasion to ask himself this question many times before he found its answer, and that was not until afterwards. At the present moment he dismissed it from his mind as unprofitable. He was too busy reflecting on the evidence obtained in Jersey Street to waste time in conjecturing further events. On returning to his lodgings he sat down to consider what was best to be done. After much reflection and internal argument he decided to call upon Mrs. Vrain, and by producing the cloak forced her into confessing her share of the crime. Whether she had been the principal in the deed, or an accessory before the fact, Lucian could not determine, but he was confident that in one way or another she was cognizant of the truth, although this she would probably conceal, as its revelation would likely be detrimental to her own safety. At first Denzil intended to see Diana before visiting Mrs. Vrain, in order to relate all he had learned, and find out from her if the cloak really belonged to the widow. But on second thoughts he decided not to do so. I can tell her nothing absolutely certain about the matter, he said to himself, as I cannot be sure of anything until I force Mrs. Vrain to confess. Diana, so he called her in his discourse to himself, Diana will probably know nothing about the ownership of the cloak, as it seems new, and was probably purchased by Lydia during the absence of Diana in Australia. No, I have the address of Mrs. Vrain, which Diana gave me. It will be best to call on her, and by displaying the cloak make her acknowledge her guilt. With such evidence she cannot deny that she visited Wrent, and was in the vicinity of the house wherein her husband was murdered on the very night the crime was committed. Also she must state Ferusi's reasons for hiding in the backyard, and tell me plainly who Wrent is, and why he helped the pair of them in their devilish plans. I am doubtful if she will speak, but altogether the evidence I have collected inculpates her so strongly that it will be quite sufficient grounds upon which to obtain a warrant for her arrest. And sooner than risk that, I expect she will tell as much as she can to exculpate herself. That is, if she is really innocent. If she is guilty, Lucian shrugged his shoulders, then I cannot guess what course she will take. Mrs. Vrain, with her father to protect her, had established herself in a small but luxurious house in Mayfair, and was preparing to enjoy herself during the coming season. Although her husband had met with a terrible death scarcely 6 months before, she had already cast off her heavy mourning, and wore only such millinery indications of sorrow as suited with her widowed existence. Ferrusi was a constant visitor at the house, but although Lydia was now free and wealthy, she by no means seemed ready to marry the Italian. Perhaps, she thought, with her looks and riches, she might gain an English title, as more valuable than a continental one, and in this view she was supported by her father. Clyne had no other desire than to see his lovely Lydia happy, and would willingly have sacrificed everything in his power to gain such an end. But as he did not like Ferrusi himself, and saw that Lydia's affections towards him had cooled greatly, he did not encourage the idea of a match between them. However, these matters were yet in abeyance, as Lydia was too diplomatic to break off with so subtle a man as the Count, who might prove a dangerous enemy where his love turned to hate. And Mr. Clyne was quite willing to remain on friendly terms with the man so long as Lydia chose that such friendship should exist. In short, Lydia ruled her simple father with a rod of iron, and coaxed Ferusi, a more difficult man to deal with, into good humour, so she managed both of them skilfully in every way, and contrived to keep things smooth, pending her plunge into London society. For all her childish looks, Lydia was uncommonly clever. When Lucian's card was brought in, Mrs. Vrain proved to be at home, and as his good looks had made a deep impression on her, she received him at once. He was shown into a luxuriously furnished drawing-room without delay, and welcomed by pretty Mrs. Vrain herself, who came forward with a bright smile and outstretched hands, looking more charming than ever. "Well, I do call this real sweet of you," said she gaily. "I guess it is about time you showed up. But you don't look well, that's a fact. What's wrong?" "I'm worried a little," replied Lucian, confounded by her coolness. "That's no use, Mr. Denzil. You should never be worried. I guess I don't let anything put me out." "Not even your husband's death?" "That's rude," said Lydia sharply, the colour leaving her cheeks. "What do you mean? Have you come to be nasty?" "I came to return you this," said Denzil, throwing the cloak which he had carried on his arm before the widow. "This?" echoed Mrs. Vrain, looking at it. "Well, what's this old thing got to do with me?" It's yours. You left it in Jersey Street." "Did I? And where's Jersey Street?" "You know well enough," said Lucian sternly. "It is near the place where your husband was murdered." Mrs. Vrain turned white. "Do you dare to say—" she began, when Denzil cut her short with a hint at her former discomposure. "The stiletto, Mrs. Vrain. Don't forget the stiletto." "Oh God!" cried Lydia, trembling violently. "What do you know of the stiletto?" Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 17. A Denial. "What do you know of the stiletto?" repeated Mrs. Vrain anxiously. She had risen to her feet, and, with an effort to be calm, was holding on to the near chair. Her bright colour had faded to a dull white hue, and her eyes had a look of horror in their depths which transformed her from her childish beauty into a much older and more haggard woman than she really was. It seemed as though Lucian, by some necromantic spell, had robbed her of youth, vitality, and careless happiness. To him this extraordinary agitation was proof of her guilt, and hardening his heart so as not to spare her one iota of her penalty, a mercy she did not deserve, he addressed her sternly. "I know that the stiletto purchased in Florence by your late husband hung on the library wall of Berwin Manor. I know that it is gone." "Yes, yes," said Lydia, moistening her white, dry lips. "It is gone, but I do not know who took it." "The person who killed your husband." "I feared as much," she muttered, sitting down again. "Do you know the name of the person?" "As well as you do yourself. The name is Lydia Vrain." "I—" She threw herself back on the chair with a look of profound astonishment on her colourless face. "Mr. Denzil," she stammered, "is this a jest?" "You will not find it so, Mrs. Vrain." The little woman clutched the arms of her chair, and leaned forward with her face no longer pale, but red with rage and indignation. "If you are a gentleman, Mr. Denzil, I guess you won't keep me hanging on like this. Let us get level. Do you say I killed Mark?" "Yes, I do," said Lucian defiantly. "I am sure of it." "On what grounds?" asked Mrs. Vrain, holding her temper back with a visible effort that made her eyes glitter and her breath short. "On the grounds that he was killed with that stiletto, and—" "Go slow. How do you know he was killed with that stiletto?" "Because the ribbon which attached it to the wall was found in the Geneva Square house, where your husband was killed. Miss Vrain recognized it." "Miss Vrain? Diana? Is she in England?" "Not only in England, but in London." "Then why hasn't she been to see me?" Denzil did not like to answer this question, the more so as Lydia's sudden divergence from the point of discourse rather disconcerted him. It is impossible to maintain dignity in making a serious accusation when the person against whom it is made thinks so little of it as to turn aside to discuss a point of etiquette in connection with another woman. Seeing that her accuser was silent and confused, Lydia recovered her tongue and colour, and the equability of her temper. It was, therefore, with some raillery that she continued her speech. "I see how it is," she said contemptuously. Diana has called you into her counsels in order to fix this absurd charge onto me. Afraid to come herself, she sends you as the braver person of the partnership. I congratulate you on your errand, Mr. Denzil. You can laugh as much as you like, Mrs. Vrain, but the matter is more serious than you suppose. Oh, I'm sure that my loving stepdaughter will make it as serious as possible. She always hated me." "Pardon me, Mrs. Vrain," said Lucian, colouring with annoyance, "but I did not come here to hear you speak ill of Miss Vrain." "I know that. She sent you here to speak ill of me, and do ill to me. Well, so you and she accuse me of killing Mark. I shall be glad to hear the evidence you can bring forward. If you can make your charge good, I should smile. Oh, I guess so." Denzil noticed that when Mrs. Vrain became excited she usually spoke plain English, without the USA accent, but on growing calmer, and, as it were, recollecting herself, she adopted the Yankee twang and their curious style of expression and ejaculation. This led him to suspect that the fair Lydia was not a born daughter of the great republic, perhaps not even a naturalized citizeness, but had assumed such nationality as one attractive to society in Europe and Great Britain. He wondered what her past really was, and if she and her father were the doubtful adventurers Diana believed them to be. If so, it might happen that Lydia would extricate herself out of her present unpleasant position by the use of past experience. To give her no chance of such dodging, Lucian rapidly detailed the evidence against her so that she would be hard put to baffle it. But in this estimate he quite underrated Lydia's nerve and capability of fence, let alone the dexterity with which she produced a satisfactory reply to each of his questions. "We will begin at the beginning, Mrs. Vrain," he said soberly. "Say from the time you drove your unfortunate husband out of his own house." "Now, I guess that wasn't my fault," explained Lydia. "I wasn't in love with old man Mark, but I liked him well enough, for he was a real gentleman, and when that make mischief Diana, who cocked her nose at me, set out for Australia, we got on surprisingly well. Count Ferusi came over to stay, as much at Mark's invitation as mine, and I didn't pay too much attention to him anyhow." "Miss Tyler says you did." "Sakes!" cried Mrs. Vrain, raising her eyebrows. "Have you been talking to that old stump? Well, just you look here, Mr. Denzil. It was Bella Tyler who made all the mischief. She thought Ercole was sweet on her, and when she found out he wasn't, she got real mad and went to tell Mark that I was making things hum the wrong way with the Count. Of course Mark had a row with him, and of course I got riz. Not having done anything to lie low for, we had a row royal, I guess, and at the end of it was that Mark cleared out. I thought he would turn up again, or apply for a divorce, though he hadn't any reason to. But he did neither, and remained away for a whole year. While he was away I got quit of Ercole pretty smart, I can tell you, as I wanted to shut up the old maid's mouth. I never knew where Mark was, or guessed what became of him, until I saw that advertisement, and putting two and two together to make four, I called to see Mr. Link, where I found you running the circus." "Why did you faint on the mention of the stiletto?" "I told you the reason, and Link also." "Yes, but your reason was too weak to—" "Oh, well, you're right enough there," interrupted Lydia, smiling. "All that talk of nerves and grief wasn't true. I didn't give my real reason, but I will now. When I heard that the old man had been stabbed by a stiletto, I remembered that the one on the library wall had vanished some time before the Christmas Eve on which Mark was killed. So you may guess I was afraid." "For yourself?" "I guess not. It wasn't any of my funeral. I didn't take the stiletto, nor did I know who had. But I was afraid you might think Ferrusi took it. The stiletto was Italian, and the Count is Italian, so it struck me you might put two and two together and suspect Hercule. I never thought you'd fix on me," concluded Lydia, with a scornful toss of her head. "As a matter of fact, I've fixed on you both," said Lucian composedly. "And for what reason? Why should I and the Count murder poor Mark, if you please? He was a fool and a bore, but I wished him no harm. I was sorry as any one when I heard of his death, and I offered a good reward for the catching of the mean skunk that killed him. If I had done so myself, I wouldn't have been such a fool as to sharpen the scent of the hounds on my own trail." "You were in town on Christmas Eve," said Denzil, not choosing to explain the motives he believed the pair had for committing the crime. "I was. What of that?" "You were in Jersey Street, Pimlico, on that night." "I was never in Pimlico in my life," declared Lydia wrathfully. "And as I said before, I don't know where Jersey Street is." "Do you know a man called Wrent?" "I never heard of him." "Yet you visited him in Jersey Street on Christmas Eve between 7 and 8 o'clock." "Did I really?" cried Mrs. Vrain ironically. "And how can you prove I did?" "By that cloak," said Lucian, pointing to where it lay on a chair. "You wore that cloak with a velvet spotted veil." "I haven't worn a veil of that kind for over a year," said Lydia decisively, "though I admit I used to wear veils of that sort. You can ask my maid if I have any velvet spotted veils in my wardrobe just now. As to the cloak, I never wear rabbit skins." "You might as a disguise." "Sakes alive, man! What should I want with a disguise? I tell you the cloak isn't mine. You can soon prove that. Find out who made it, and go and ask in the shop if I bought it." "How can I find out who made it?" asked Denzil, who was beginning to feel that Lydia was one too many for him. "Here, I'll show you," said Lydia, and picking up the cloak she turned over the tab at the neck by which it was hung up. At the back of this there was a small piece of tape with printed black letters: "Baxter and Company, General Drapers, Bayswater." She read out, throwing down the cloak contemptuously: "I don't go to a London suburb for my frocks. I get them in Paris." "Then you are sure this cloak isn't yours?" asked Lucian, much perplexed. "No, and I tell you it isn't. Go and ask Baxter and Company if I bought it. I'll go with you, if you like. Or better still," cried Mrs. Vrain, jumping up briskly, "I can take you to see some friends with whom I stayed on Christmas Eve. The whole lot will tell you that I was with them at Camden Hill all the night." "What? Can you prove an alibi?" "I don't know what you call it," retorted Lydia coolly, "but I can prove pretty slick that I wasn't in Pimlico." "But, Mrs. Vrain, your friend, Ferrusi, was there." "Was he? Well, I don't know. I never saw him that time he was in town. But if you think he killed Mark, you are wrong. I do not believe Hercule would kill a fly, for all he's an Italian." "Do you think he took that stiletto?" "No, I don't." "Then who did?" "I don't know. I don't even know when it was taken. I missed it after Christmas, because the old schoolma'am told me it was gone." "Old schoolma'am?" "Well, Bella Tyler, if you like that better," retorted Mrs. Vrain. "Come, now, Mr. Denzil, I'm not going to let you get away with proving my what do you call it alibi? Come with me right along to Camden Hill." "I'll come just to satisfy myself," said Lucian, picking up the cloak, "but I am beginning to feel that it is unnecessary." "You think I'm innocent? Well," drawled Lydia, as Lucian nodded, "I think that's real sweet of you. I mayn't be a saint, but I'm not quite the sinner that Diana of yours makes me out." "Diana of mine, Mrs. Vrain?" said Lucian, colouring. The little woman laughed at his blush. "Oh, I'm not a fool, young man. I see how the wind blows," and with a nod she vanished. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 18. Who Bought the Cloak? Mrs. Vrain sacrificed the vanity of a lengthy toilette to a natural anxiety to set herself right with Lucian, and appeared shortly in a ravishing costume fresh from Paris. Perhaps by arraying herself so smartly she wished to assure Denzil more particularly that she was a lady of too much taste to buy rabbit-skin cloaks in Bayswater. Or perhaps, which was more probable, she was not averse to ensnaring so handsome a young man into an innocent flirtation. The suspicion she entertained of Lucian's love for Diana only made Lydia the more eager to fascinate him on her own account. A conceit of herself, a hatred of her stepdaughter, and a desire to wring admiration out of a man who did not wish to bestow it. These were the reasons which led Mrs. Vrain to be particularly agreeable to the barrister. When the pair were ensconced in a swift hansom, and rolling rapidly toward Camden Hill, she began at once to prosecute her amiable designs. "I guess you'll not mind being my best boy for the day," she said with a coquettish glance. "You can escort me, first of all, to the Pegalls', and afterwards we can drive to Baxter and Company in Bayswater, so that you can assure yourself I didn't buy that cloak." "I am much obliged for the trouble you are taking, Mrs. Vrain," replied the young man, avoiding with some reserve the insinuating glances of his pretty companion. "We shall do as you suggest. Who are the Pegalls, may I ask?" "My friends, with whom I stopped on Christmas Eve," rejoined Mrs. Vrain. "A real good, old, dull English family, as heavy as their own plum puddings. Mrs. Pegall's a widow like myself, and I dare say she buys her frocks in the Bayswater stores. She has two daughters who look like barmaids, and ought to be, only they ain't smart enough. We had a real Sunday at home on Christmas Eve, Mr. Denzil. Whist and weak tea at 8, negus and prayers in bed at 10. Papa wanted to teach them poker, and they kicked like mad at the very idea. But that was when he visited them before, I guess. Not the kind of family likely to suit you, I should think," said Lucian, regarding the little freelance with a puzzled air. "I guess not. Lead's a feather to them for weight. But it's a good thing to have respectable friends, especially in this slow coach of an old country, where you size everybody up by the company they keep." "Ah," said Lucian pointedly, and, it must be confessed, rather rudely, "so you have found the necessity of having respectable friends, however dull." "That's a fact," acknowledged Mrs. Vrain candidly. "I've had a queer sort of life with papa, ups and downs, and flying over the moon, I guess." "You are not American," said Denzil suddenly. "Sakes, how did you figure that out?" "Because you are too pronouncedly Amurrican to be American." "That's an epigram with some truth in it," replied Lydia coolly. "Oh, I'm as much a U.S.A. article as anything else. We hung out our shingle in Wyoming, Wisconsin, for a considerable time, and a girl who tickets herself Yankee this side flies high. But I guess I'm not going to give you my history," concluded Mrs. Vrain dryly. "I'm not a popey, nor you a confessor." You've been in the South Seas, I see. There's no telling. How do you know?" "The natives there use the word popey to designate a Roman Catholic." "You are as smart as they make 'em, Mr. Denzil. There's no flies about you. But I'm not going to give myself away. Ask Papa if you want information. He's that simple he'll tell you all." "Well, Mrs. Vrain, keep your own secret. It's not the one I wish to discover. By the way, you say your father was at Camden Hill on Christmas Eve?" "I didn't say so, but he was," answered Lydia quietly. "He was not very well. Pop can't stand these English winters, and wrote me to come up. But he was so sick that he left the Pegalls about 6 o'clock. That was the letter which upset you." "It was. I see old Bella Tyler kept her eyes peeled. I got the letter and came up at once. I've only got one parent left, and he's too good to be shoved away in a box underground while fools live. But here we are at the Pegalls. I hope you'll like the kind of circus they run. Camp meetings are nothing to it." The dwelling of the respectable family alluded to was a tolerably sized house of red brick, placed in a painfully neat garden, and shut in from the high road by a tall and jealous fence of green painted wood. The stout widow and two stout spinster daughters, who made up the inmates, quite deserved Miss Vrain's epithet of heavy. They were aggressively healthy, with red cheeks, black hair, and staring black eyes, devoid of expression. A trio of Dutch dolls would have looked more intellectual. They were plainly and comfortably dressed. The drawing room was plainly and comfortably furnished, and both house and inmates looked thoroughly respectable and eminently dull. What such a hawk as Mrs. Vrain was doing in this Philistine dovecote, Lucian could not conjecture. But he admired her tact in making friends with a family whose heavy gentility assisted to ballast her somewhat light reputation. While the three of their brains in unison could not comprehend her tricks, or the reason for which they were played, at all events these three women are too honest to speak anything but the truth, thought Lucian, while undergoing the ordeal of being presented. So I'll learn for certain if Mrs. Vrain was really here on Christmas Eve. The Misses Pegall and their lace-capped mamma welcomed Lucian with heavy good nature and much simpering, for they also had an eye to a comely young man. But the cunning Lydia they kissed and embraced and called dear with much zeal. Mrs. Vrain, on her part, darted from one to the other like a bird, pecking the red apples of their cheeks, and cast an arch glance at Lucian to see if he admired her talent for manoeuvring. Then cake and wine, port and sherry, were produced in the style of early Victorian hospitality, from which epoch Mrs. Pegall dated, and all went merry as a marriage bell, while Lydia laid her plans to have herself exculpated in Lucian's eyes without being inculpated in those of the family. "We have just come up from our place in Somerset," explained Mrs. Pegall in a comfortable voice. "The girls wanted to see the sights, so I just said, 'We'll go, dears, and perhaps we'll get a glimpse of the dear Queen. I'm sure she has no more loyal subjects than we three.'" "Are you going out much this year, dear Mrs. Vrain?" asked Beatrice Pegall, the elder and plainer of the sisters. "No, dear," replied Lydia, with a sigh, putting a dainty handkerchief to her eyes. "You know what I have lost." The two groaned, and Miss Cecilia Pegall, who was by way of being very religious in a low church way, remarked that all flesh was grass, to which observation her excellent mamma rejoined, "Very true, dear, very true." And then the trio sighed again, and shook their black heads like so many mandarins. "I should never support my grief," continued Lydia, still tearful, "if it was not that I have at least 3 dear friends. Ah, I shall never forget that happy Christmas Eve." "Last Christmas Eve, dear Mrs. Vrain," said Cecilia. "When you were all so kind and good," sobbed Lydia, with a glance at Lucian, to see that he noticed the confirmation. "We played whist, didn't we?" "4 rubbers," groaned Mrs. Pegall, "and retired to bed at 10 o'clock after prayers and a short hymn. Quite a carol that hymn was, eh, dears?" "And your poor pa was so bad with his cough," said Beatrice. "I hope it is better. He went away before dinner, too. Do say your pa is better." "Yes, dear, much better," said Lydia, and considering it was 4 months since Christmas Eve, Lucian thought it was time Mr. Clyne recovered. "He enjoyed his tea, though," said Cecilia. "Mr. Clyne always says there is no tea like ours." "And no evenings," cried Lydia, who was very glad they were not. "Papa and I are coming soon to have a long evening, to play whist again." "But, dear Mrs. Vrain, you are not going." "I must, dears, with a kiss all round. I have such a lot to do, and Mr. Denzil is coming with me, as papa wants to consult him about some law business. He's a barrister, you know." "I hope Mr. Denzil will come and see us again," said Mrs. Pegall, shaking hands with Lucian. A fat, puffy hand she had, and damp. "Oh, delighted, delighted," said Denzil hurriedly. "Cards and tea and sensible conversation," said Beatrice seriously. "No more." "You forget prayers at 10, dear," rejoined Cecilia in low tones. "We are a plain family, Mr. Denzil. You must take us as we are." "Thank you, Mrs. Pegall. I will." "Good bye, dears," cried Lydia again, and with a final peck all round she skipped out and into the hansom, followed by her escort. "Damn!" said Mrs. Vrain, when the cab drove away in the direction of Bayswater. "Oh, don't look so shocked, Mr. Denzil. I assure you I am not in the habit of swearing, but the extreme respectability of the Pegalls always makes me wish to relieve my feelings by going to the other extreme. What do you think of them?" "They seem very good people, and genuine." "And very genteel and dull," retorted Lydia. "Like Washington, they can't tell a lie for a red cent. So you can believe I was there with papa on Christmas Eve, only he went away, and I stayed all night." "Yes, I believe it, Mrs. Vrain." "Then I couldn't have been in Jersey Street or Geneva Square, sticking Mark with the stiletto." "No, I believe you to be innocent," said Lucian gravely. "In fact, I really don't think it necessary to find out about this cloak at Baxter and Company's. I am assured you did not buy it." "I guess I didn't, Mr. Denzil, but you want to know who did, and so do I." "Well, you need not open your eyes. I'd like to know who killed Mark, also, and you said that the cloak will show it." "I didn't say that. But the cloak may identify the woman I wrongfully took for you. She may have to do with the matter." Lydia shook her pretty head. "Not she. Mark was as respectable as the Pegall gang. There's no woman mixed up in this matter." "But I saw the shadow of a woman on the blind of number 13. "You don't say! In Mark's sitting room? Well, I should smile to know he was human, after all. He was always so precious stiff." Something in Mrs. Vrain's light talk of her dead husband jarred on the feelings of Lucian, and in some displeasure he held his peace. In no wise abashed, Lydia feigned to take no notice of this tacit reproof. but chatted on about all and everything in the most frivolous manner. Not until they had entered the shop of Baxter and Company did she resume attention to business. "Here," she said to the smiling shop-walker, "I want to know by whom this cloak was sold and to what person." The man examined the cloak and noted a private mark on it, which evidently afforded him some information not obtainable by the general public, for he guided Lucian and his companion to a counter behind which stood a brisk woman with sharp eyes. In her turn she also examined the cloak, and departed to refresh her memory by looking at some account book. When she returned it was to intimate that the cloak had been bought by a man. "A man?" repeated Lucian, much astonished. "What was he like?" "A dark man," replied the brisk shopwoman. "Dark hair, dark eyes, and a dark moustache. I remember him well, because he was a foreigner." "A foreigner?" repeated Lydia in her turn. "A Frenchman?" "No, madam, an Italian. He told me as much." "Sakes alive!" cried Mrs. Vrain. "You are right, Mr. Denzil. It's Ferrusi sure enough." Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 19. The Defence of Count Ferusi. "It is quite impossible!" cried Mrs. Vrain distractedly. "I can't believe it nohow." The little woman was back again in her own drawing room, talking to Lucian about the discovery which had lately been made regarding Ferusi's purchase of the cloak. Mrs. Vrain, having proved her own innocence by the evidence of the Begall family, was now trying to persuade both herself and Denzil that the Count could not be possibly implicated in the matter. He had no motive to kill Vrain, she said, a statement with which Lucian at once disagreed. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Vrain, he had two motives," said the barrister quickly. "In the first place, he was in love and wished to marry you. In the second, he was poor and wanted money. By the death of your husband he hoped to gain both." "He has gained neither as yet," replied Lydia sharply. "I like Ercole well enough, and at one time I was almost engaged to him. But he has a nasty temper of his own, Mr. Denzil, so I shunted him pretty smart to marry Mark Vrain. I wouldn't marry him now if he dumped down $1,000,000 at my feet to morrow. Besides, Papa don't like him at all. I've got my money, and I've got my freedom, and I don't fool away either the one or the other on that Italian dude." "Is the Count acquainted with these sentiments?" asked Lucian dryly. "I guess so, Mr. Denzil. He asked me to marry him 2 months after Mark's death, and I just up and told him pretty plain how the cat jumped." "In plain English, you refused him?" "You bet I did!" cried Lydia vigorously. "So you see, Mr. Denzil, he could not have killed Mark." "Why not?" "He did not know your true mind until 2 months after the murder." "That's a fact, anyhow," commented Mrs. Vrain. "But what mischief made him buy that rabbit skin coat?" "I expect he bought it for the woman I mistook for you." "And who may she be?" "That is just what I wish to find out. This woman who came to Jersey Street so often wore this cloak, therefore she must have obtained it from the Count. I'll make him tell me who she is, and what she has to do with this crime." "Do you think she has anything to do with it?" said Mrs. Vrain doubtfully. "I am certain." It must have been her shadow I saw on the blind." "And the man's shadow was the Count's?" questioned Lydia. "I think so. He bought the cloak for the woman, visited the man Wrent at Jersey Street, and was seen by the servant in the back yard. He did not act thus without some object, Mrs. Vrain, you may be sure of that." "Sakes!" said Lydia, with a weary sigh, "I ain't sure of anything save that my head is buzzing like a sawmill. Who is Wrent, anyhow?" "I don't know. An old man with a white beard and a skull cap of black velvet." "Ugh!" said Mrs. Vrain, with a shiver. "Mark used to wear a black skull cap, and the thought of it makes me freeze up. Sounds like a judge of your courts ordering a man to be lynched. Well, Mr. Denzil, it seems to me as you'd best hustle Ercole. If he knows who the woman is, and he wouldn't buy cloaks for her if he didn't, he'll know who this Wrent is. I guess he can supply all the information." "Where does he live?" "Number 40 Marquis Street, St. James. You go and look him up, while I tell Papa what a mean wight he is. I guess Papa won't let him come near me again. Pop's an honest man, though he ain't no Washington." "Suppose I find out that he killed your husband?" asked Lucian, rising. "Then you'd best lynch him right away," replied Lydia, without hesitation. "I draw the line at murder. Some." The barrister was somewhat disgusted to hear Mrs. Vrain so coolly devote her whilom admirer to a shameful death. However, he knew that her heart was hard and her nature selfish, so there was little use in showing any outward displeasure at her want of charity. She had cleared herself from suspicion, and evidently cared not who suffered, so long as she was safe and well spoken of. Moreover, Lucian had learned all he wished about her movements on the night of the crime, and taking a hasty leave, he went off to Marquis Street for the purpose of bringing Ferrusi to book for his share in the terrible business. However, the Count proved to be from home, and would not be back, so the servant said, until late that night. Denzil therefore left a message that he would call at noon the next day, and drove from St. James to Kensington, where he visited Diana. Here he detailed what he had learned and done from the time he had visited Mrs. Bensusan up to the interview with Lydia. Also he displayed the cloak, and narrated how Mrs. Vrain had cleared herself of its purchase. To all this Diana listened with the greatest interest, and when Lucian ended, she looked at him for some moments in silence. In fact, Diana, with all her wit and common sense, did not know how to regard the present position of affairs. "Well, Miss Vrain," said Lucian, seeing that she did not speak, "what do you think of it all?" "Mrs. Vrain appears to be innocent," said Diana in a low voice. "Assuredly she is. The evidence of the Pegall family, given in all innocence, proves that she could not have been in Geneva Square or in Jersey Street on Christmas Eve." "Then we come back to my original belief, Mr. Denzil. Lydia did not commit the crime herself, but employed Ferrusi to do so." "No," replied Denzil decidedly. "Whether the Italian is guilty or not, Mrs. Vrain knows nothing about it. If she were cognizant of his guilt she would not have risked going with me to Baxter and Company, and letting me discover that Ferrusi had bought the cloak. Nor would she so lightly surrender a possible accomplice as she has done Ferrusi. Whatever can be said of Mrs. Vrain's conduct, and I admit that it is far from perfect, yet I must say that she appears by the strongest evidence to be totally innocent and ignorant. She knows no more about the matter than her father does." "Well," said Diana, unwilling to grant her stepmother too much grace, "we must give her the benefit of the doubt. What about Ferrusi?" "So far as I can see, Ferrusi is guilty," replied Lucian. To clear himself he will have to give the same proof as Mrs. Vrain. Firstly, he will have to show that he was not in Jersey Street on Christmas Eve. Secondly, he will have to prove that he did not buy the cloak. But in the face of the servant's evidence and the statement of the shopwoman, he will find it difficult to clear himself. Yet, added Lucian, remembering his failure with Lydia, it is always possible that he may do so. It seems to me, Mr. Denzil, that your only chance of getting at the truth is to see the Italian. I think so myself. I will see him tomorrow. Will you take Mr. Link with you? No, Miss Vrain. As I have found out so much without Link, I may as well proceed in the matter until his professional services are required to arrest Count Ferusi. By the way, I have never seen that gentleman. Can you describe his appearance to me? Oh, as far as looks go, there is no fault to be found with him, answered Diana. He is a typical Italian, tall, slender, and olive complexioned. He speaks English very well, indeed, and appears to be possessed of considerable education. Certainly, to look at him and to speak with him, you will not think he was a villain likely to murder a defenceless old man. But if he did not kill my poor father, I know not who did. I'll call on him tomorrow at noon, said Lucian, and later on I shall come here to tell you what has passed between us. This remark brought the business between them to a close, but Lucian would fain have lingered to engage Diana in lighter conversation. Miss Vrain, however, was too much disturbed by the news he had brought her to indulge in frivolous talk. Her mind, busied with the recollections of her deceased father, and anxiously seeking some means whereby to avenge his death, was ill attuned to encourage at the moment the aspirations which he knew Lucian entertained. The barrister therefore sighed and hinted in vain. His Dulcinea would have none of him or his courting, and he was compelled to retire, as disconsolate a lover as could be seen. To slightly alter the saying of Shakespeare, the course of true love never does run smooth. But there were surely an unusual number of obstacles in the current of Denzil's desires. But as he consoled himself with reflecting that the greater the prize the harder it is to win, so it behooved him to do his devoir like a true knight. The next day, at noon, Lucian, armed for the encounter with the evidence of Roda and of the cloak, presented himself at the rooms which Count Ferrusi temporarily inhabited in Marquis Street. He not only found the Italian ready to receive him, but in full possession of the adventure of the cloak, which, as he admitted, he had learned from Lydia the previous evening. Also, Count Ferruci was extremely indignant, and informed Lucian that he was easily able to clear himself of the suspicion. While he raged on in his fiery Italian way, Denzil, who saw no chance of staying the torrent of words, examined him at his leisure. Hercule Ferruci was, as Diana had said, a singularly handsome man of 35. He was dark, slender, and tall, with dark flashing eyes and a heavy black moustache, and an alert military look about him which showed that he had served in the army. The above description savours a trifle of the impossible hero of a young lady's dream, and, as a matter of fact, Ferruci was not unlike that ideal personage. He had all the looks and graces which women admire, and seemed honest and fiery enough in a manly way. The last person, as Lucian thought, to gain his aims by underhand ways, or to kill a helpless old man. But Lucian, legally experienced in human frailty, was not to be put off with voluble conversation and outward graces. He wished for proofs of innocence, and these he tried to obtain as soon as Ferrusi drew breath in his fiery harangue. "If you are innocent, Count," said Lucian, in reply to the fluent, incorrect English of the Italian, "appearances are against you. However, you can prove yourself innocent if you will." "Sir," cried Ferruci, "is not my word good?" "Not good enough for an English court," replied Lucian coldly. "You say you were not in Jersey Street on Christmas Eve. Who can prove that?" "My friend, my dear friend, Dr. Jorce of Hampstead, sir. I was with him. Oh yes, sir, he will tell you so." "Very good. I hope his evidence will clear you," replied the more phlegmatic Englishman. "And this cloak?" "I never bought the cloak. I saw it not before." "Then come with me to the shop in Bayswater, and hear what the girl who sold it says." "I will come at once," cried Ferruci hastily, catching up his cane and hat. "Come then, my friend, come. What does the woman say?" "That she sold the cloak to a tall man, to a dark man with a moustache, and one who told her he was Italian." "Bah!" retorted the Count, as they hailed a hansom. "Is all that she can say? Why, all we Italians are supposed to be tall and dark, and wear moustaches. Your common people in England never fancied one of us can be fair." "You are not fair," replied Lucian dryly, "and your looks correspond to the description." "True. Oh, yes, sir. But that description might describe a dozen of my countrymen. And, Mr. Denzil," added the Count, laughing, "I do not go round about saying to common people that I am an Italian. It's not my custom to explain." Lucian shrugged his shoulders, and said no more until they entered the shop in Bayswater. As he knew from the previous visit where the saleswoman was located, he led the Count rapidly to the place. The girl was there, as brisk and businesslike as ever. She looked up as they approached, and came forward to serve them, with a swift glance at both. "I'm sorry to trouble you again," said Lucian ceremoniously, "but you told me yesterday that you sold a blue cloak lined with rabbit skin to an Italian gentleman, and—" "Am I the gentleman?" interrupted Ferruci. "Did I buy a cloak?" "No," replied the shopwoman, after a sharp glance. "This is not the gentleman who bought the cloak." Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Silent House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Silent House by Fergus Hume. Chapter 20. A New Development. "You see, Mr. Denzil," said Ferruci, turning triumphantly to Lucian, "I did not buy this cloak. I am not the Italian this lady speaks of." Lucian was extremely astonished at this unexpected testimony in favour of the Count, and questioned the shopwoman sharply. "Are you certain of what you say?" he asked, looking at her intently. "Yes, I am, sir," said the girl stiffly, as though she did not like her word doubted. "The gentleman who bought the cloak was not so tall as this one, nor did he speak English well. I had great difficulty in learning what he wanted." "But you said he was dark, with a moustache, and—" "I said all that, sir. This is not the gentleman." "Could you swear to it?" said Lucian, more chagrined than he liked to show to the victorious Ferruci. "If it is necessary, I could, sir," said the shopwoman, with the greatest confidence. And after so direct a reply, and such certain evidence, Denzil had nothing to do but retire from an awkward position as gracefully as he could. "And now, sir," said Ferruci, who had followed him out of the shop, "you come with me, please." "Where to?" asked Lucian gloomily. "To my friend, to my rooms. I have shown I did not buy the cloak you speak of, and now we must speak to my friend Dr. Jorce to tell you I was not at Jersey Street when you say. Is Dr. Jorce at your rooms?" "I asked him to call about this time," said Ferruci, glancing at his watch. "When Mrs. Vrain speak to me of what you say, I wish to defend myself. So I write last night to my friend to talk with you this day. I get his telegram saying he would come at 2 hours." Lucian glanced in his turn at his watch. "1:30, he said, beckoning to a cab. "Very good, Count. We will just have time to get back to your place." "And what you think now?" said Ferruci, with a malicious twinkle in his eyes. "I do not know what to think," replied Lucian dismally, "save that it is a strange coincidence that another Italian should have bought the cloak." The Count shrugged his shoulders as they got into the hansom, but he did not speak until they were well on their way back to Marquis Street. He then looked thoughtfully at his companion. "I do not believe coincidence," he said abruptly, "but in design." "What do you mean, Count? I do not quite follow you." "Someone who knows I love Mrs. Vrain wished to injure me," said the Count rapidly, "and so to make theirself like me to buy that cloak. Ah, you see? But he could not make himself as tall as me. Oh, yes, sir, I am sure it is so. Do you know anyone who would disguise himself so as to implicate you in the murder?" "No." Ferruci shook his head. "I cannot think of one man, not one." "Do you know a man called Wrent?" asked Lucian abruptly. "I do not, Mr. Denzil," said Ferruci at once. "Why do you ask?" "Well, I thought he might be the man to disguise himself. But no," added Lucian, remembering Rhoda's account of Wrent's white hair and beard, "it cannot be him. He would not sacrifice his beard to carry out the plan. In fact, he could not without attracting Rhoda's attention." "Rhoda? Wrent? What strange names you talk of!" cried Ferruci vivaciously. "No stranger than that of your friend Jorce." Ferruci laughed. "Oh, he is altogether most strange. You see." It was as the Italian said. Dr. Jorce, who was waiting for them in the Count's room, proved to be a small, dried up atom of a man, who looked as though all the colour had been bleached out of him. At first sight he was more like a monkey than a man, owing to his slight queer figure and agile movements. But a closer examination revealed that he had a clever face and a pair of most remarkable eyes. These were of a steel grey hue, with an extraordinary intensity of gaze, and when he fixed them on Lucian at the moment of introduction, the young barrister felt as though he were being mesmerised. For the rest, Jorce was dressed sombrely in black cloth, was extremely voluble and vivacious, and impressed Lucian with the idea that he was less a fellow mortal than a changeling from fairyland. Quite an exceptional man was Dr. Jorce, and, as the Italian said, most strange. "My good friend," said Ferruci, laying his stern hand on the shoulder of this oddity, "this gentleman wishes you to decide a what do you say? Bet?" "A bet!" cried the little doctor in a deep bass voice, but with some indignation. "Do I understand, Count, that you have brought me all the way from my place in Hampstead to decide a bet?" "Ah, but, sir, it is a bet most important," said Ferruci with a smile. "This Mr. Denzil declares that he saw me in what?" "In Pimlico," said Lucian, seeing that Ferruci could not pronounce the word. "I say that the Count was in Pimlico on Christmas Eve." "You are wrong, sir," said Jorce, with a wave of his skinny hand. "My friend Count Ferruci was in my house at Hampstead on that evening." "Was he?" remarked Lucian, astonished at this confident assertion. "And at what time did he leave?" "He did not leave till next morning. My friend the Count remained under my roof all night, and left at 12 o'clock on Christmas morning." "So you see," said Ferruci airily to Lucian, "that I could not have done what you think, as that was done, by what you said, between 11 and 12 on that night." "Was the Count with you at 10 o'clock on that evening?" asked Denzil. "Certainly he was." "So you have lost your bet, Mr. Denzil. Sorry to bring you such bad fortune, but truth is truth, you know." "Would you repeat this statement if I wished?" "Why not? Call on me at any time. The Haven, Hampstead. That will always find me." "Ah, but I do not think it will be necessary for Mr. Denzil to call on you, sir," interposed the Count rapidly. "You can always come to me. Well, Mr. Denzil, are you satisfied?" "I am," replied Lucian. "I have lost my bet, Count, and I apologize. Good day, Dr. Jorce, and thank you. Count Ferruci, I wish you good bye." "Not even au revoir?" said Ferruci mockingly. "That depends on the future," replied Lucian coolly, and forthwith went away in low spirits at the downfall of his hopes. Far from revealing the mystery of Vrain's death, his late attempts to solve it had resulted in utter failure. Lydia had cleared herself, Ferruci had proved himself innocent, and Lucian could not make up his mind what was now to be done. In this dilemma he sought out Diana, as knowing from experience that where a man's logic ends a woman's instinct begins, he thought she might suggest some way out of the difficulty. On arriving at the Royal John Hotel, he found that Diana was waiting for him with great impatience, and hardly giving herself time to greet him, she asked how he had fared in his interview with Count Ferruci. "Has that man been arrested, Mr. Denzil?" "No, Miss Vrain, I regret to say that he has not been arrested. To speak plainly, he has, so far as I can see, proved himself innocent." "Innocent? And the evidence against him?" "Is utterly useless. I brought him face to face with the woman who sold the cloak, and she denies that Ferruci bought it." "But she said the buyer was an Italian." "She did, and dark, with a moustache. All the same, she did not recognise the Count. She says the buyer was not so tall, and spoke worse English." "Ferruci could make his English bad if he liked." "Probably, but he could not make his stature shorter. No, Miss Vrain, I am afraid that our Italian friend, in spite of the evidence against him, did not buy the cloak. That he resembles the purchaser in looks and nationality is either a coincidence or—" "Or what?" seeing that Lucian hesitated. "Or design," finished the barrister. "And indeed the Count himself is of this opinion. He believes that someone who wished to get him into trouble personated him." "Has he any suspicions as to whom the person may be?" "He says not, and I believe him; for if he did suspect any particular individual, he certainly would gain nothing by concealment of the fact." Said Diana thoughtfully. "So that denial of the saleswoman disposes of the cloak's evidence. What about the Count's presence in Jersey Street on Christmas Eve?" "He was not there." "But Rhoda, the servant, saw him both in the house and in the back yard." "She saw a dark man with a moustache, but she could not say that he was a foreigner. She does not know Ferruci, remember. The man she saw must have been the same as the purchaser of the cloak." "Where does Ferruci say he was?" "At Hampstead, visiting a friend." "Oh, and what does the friend say?" "He declares that the Count was with him on Christmas Eve, and stayed all night." "That is very convenient evidence for the Count, Mr. Denzil. Who is this accommodating friend?" "A doctor called Jorce." "Can his word be trusted?" "So far as I can judge from his looks and a short acquaintance, I should say so." "It was 8:30 when the servant saw the dark man run out of the yard." "Yes." "And at 8:30 Ferruci was at Hampstead in the house of Dr. Jorce?" "Not that I know of," said Lucian, remembering that he had asked Jorce the question rather generally than particularly. "But the doctor declared that Ferruci was with him at 10 o'clock on that evening, and did not leave him until next morning. So, as your father was killed between 11 and 12, Ferruci must be innocent." "It would seem so, if this doctor is to be believed," muttered Diana reflectively. "But judging by what you have told me, there is nothing to show that Ferruci was not in Pimlico at 8:30, and was not the man whom the servant saw." "Well, certainly he could get from Pimlico to Hampstead in an hour and a half. However, the main point about all this evidence is that neither Ferruci nor Lydia Vrain killed your father." "No, no, that seems clear. Still they know about it. Oh, I am sure of it. It must have been Ferruci who was in Pimlico on that night. If so, he knows who Wrent is, and why he stayed in Jersey Street. Perhaps, although he denies ever hearing the name of Wrent. But I would not be surprised if the man who could solve the mystery is who? Dr. Jorce himself. I feel sure of it." End of chapter 20.